It's 9 o'clock. I'm going to call the meeting to order. Any additions to the agenda? I'll go to our manager first of all.
Good morning, Reeve. Yes, a couple of additions to the agenda. First of all, pleased to add a 10:45 a.m. item. Our Member of Parliament, Gerald Soroka, will be here to present a King Charles III Coronation Medal to our Reeve Bart Guion, so please add that to your agenda. Also, a couple of reports to add, please. Item 20, Brazeau Foundation report from Councillor Brooks, and item 24, Drayton Valley Municipal Library Board report from Councillor Gunderson. And also, item 32, Council needs later on in the meeting to consider a meeting date with MP Dwayne Lloyd. It's our understanding that with the changes in constituencies, Dwayne will become our new MP once the alignment changes, and he'd like to meet with Council. So consider that meeting as item number 32.
All right, thank you. Any from the councillors? I'm seeing the head jiggles going left and right. So being none, then a motion to approve the agenda with the additions. Kara?
I move to approve the agenda as amended.
Discussion? All those in favor? Carried unanimous. Those online? Just checking. All right. We have the adoption of the minutes of the council meeting. Any corrections? There you are. Anthony.
Page 12.
Go ahead, Anthony.
1, 2, 3, fourth paragraph down where it says Jason Buckins formally withdrew his objections.
I'm glad he stuck around. It's good to see people, can change your mind when you see new information that comes along. So it was quite honorable for him to do that in front of the crowd. Alrighty. Any other errors or omissions? If not, a motion to approve the minutes. Donna.
I move to approve the minutes of the February 18th meeting with the correction.
Discussion. All those in favor? Carried unanimous. Follow up our business arising, or I guess follow up action list will go to Ken. Geez, I'm going back a few years now. Rudy.
Thank you, Reeve. A couple of items from the follow-up action list are coming back to Council today. First of all, motion 574 regarding Taverner. We've got an update on that issue. I believe Mr. Chambers will be bringing that forward on the agenda. Also, item 6, motion 674 regarding the used oil collection site. We've got an update and a recommendation on that one as well. I believe our new operations manager, Mr. Sam Shine, will be making that presentation to Council. And as well on motion number 63 regarding the unsightly premise or the community standards bylaw. It's my understanding that Ms. Sterling will be bringing recommendations to Council regarding that issue.
All right. If there's no questions for Rudy, a motion to approve the follow-up action list as presented. Dallas.
I'll move to adopt the follow-up action list as presented.
Discussion. All those in favor? In favor. Yeah. Okay. Anything else from the CIO?
Nothing at this time, Reeve. I had considered a conversation with respect to the Alberta provincial budget, but I think we've all gotten pretty good updates so far regarding the highlights and how they affect the county. So that's all that I had thought of at this point.
Yeah, there was 3 or 4 positives in it, and I think in your report there, I noticed they recognized that, Kara, the RMA, that there was some positives in it. It's not all positive, that's for sure. Go ahead, Kara.
Thank you. You opened the door. So, yeah, there was some positives. I'm working directly with Minister Schultz's office right now. Actually, the environment side, there is some good news stories in there. So I should be meeting with her in the next couple days, actually. So it might not. I'm not sure what we have in the queue with them, but some good news on that side, on that front.
Yeah, and the disaster recovery, we were grateful for that. So
Yeah, and I think the other piece too, the bigger issue that we're seeing, there was a decrease to STIP funding, which we know we apply to every year. That was the biggest swipe, I believe. The other one is, think there was about a 13% increase to LGFF funding, but that's a one-off, just so you're aware, and that is set to start decreasing here and then out. The other piece that I really want to highlight, and I've actually, I believe I talked, actually I think I sent it all to you all, CC'd the concerns I have regarding the increased in education tax. So that's a school requisition portion of the property tax that we send out as a municipality but have zero control over. There's a big increase there. So our residents are going to get smacked with a higher property bill, and it's got nothing to do with the county. So I think that we should be proactive with an education piece to our residents regarding that. That's completely out of our control, and they should be taking that up with their MLA.
Yeah, it's taken a long time to educate the public in that, but I think it's coming, but I think we just do it every year.
Yeah.
Just say, you know, your tax bill is mostly education property tax.
But I think this year we'll have to do a bigger push because that's a substantial increase that we're all facing. So, and then depending if you're on the reassessment year cycle within the county, you could be seeing like a 14-15% increase because of your assessment rate, because we're lagging on that. And if you're in that catchment in our county, you could be, could be substantial. So I think we should get ahead of this one. The other piece is, I just find it interesting. I know we're all going to be enjoying a bit of an income tax break. But that's going to get eaten up with that property tax increase on the school requisition side. So call it for what it is.
Yeah, it's never ending.
No, it isn't. But yeah, and I'm sure as I get more information, I'll be sure to release it with you guys. So
We must know by now what the education tax is going to be or not.
that'd be a calling question.
We haven't got the tax information yet.
No, we don't have for our region, but once we get it, I'll make sure that Mr. Swap gets the information out to council.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a bit early yet.
Sorry. All right, we've got some delegations, not till 10 o'clock. Public Works, waste oil collection at transfer stations, is a report from 45 to 61. Who's taking that over? You are.
Yeah, good morning. Nice to meet you all. Yep, so we got the waste oil collection. We're asked to provide options on a process for collecting waste oil at transfer stations. Darcy Mulroy, our utilities supervisor, was able to do a great deal of in-depth research, and we came up with 3 viable options there. We recommend option 2, which is the purchase of a hazmat rated sea container that will outfit with the suitable containers for oil, antifreeze, and oil filters, used oil filters. The cost of doing that would be $60,000. In addition to that $60,000, we need to increase operating budget by $5,000 for annual disposal of the product. The funding of the $60,000 we can get from the ARMA grant. However, 2025's deadline for that grant has already passed, so we'd be recommending delaying the actioning of that to 2026 to take advantage of that. The advantages of using a hazmat rated sea container, if we can leave that at one transfer site long term, or we can rotate it through multiple sites. And we have the ability to do that. It's very similar to our appliance bin relocation process. So yeah, it's kind of open to you guys to make a decision.
Questions? Kara?
I do, thank you. More of a comment to council and maybe a conversation starter. I know we're just looking at used oil, but I would be more supportive if we looked at something that was all-encompassing. This is just one portion of kind of that hazardous materials. So we don't, I see we don't do anything for paint. I'm not sure about the tire one, so that might be a question for him. I'm getting a head shake no, so we don't take the tires in either. So with what's recommended, I'm on page 48, and I see this is going to be pushed into the 2026 capital budget anyways. I would think we should take the proper steps and do maybe a all-encompassing look at this and try and include as much as we can. I'm not sure why we just kind of narrowly targeted one stream, but there is other streams. And at the same time, I know there would be grants available for the other streams that I'm just that I'm thinking about. So, and we've got the time to do it, and let's do it properly.
Glenn?
I was really excited to see this report. This really, for me, it just hit the mark. So thank you. This is just one part of the environmental collection. Like I said, we can always add on to it, and we're not going to be doing this until 2026 when that grant comes up again. But I'm really in support of this, and I thank you for putting this together. It's pretty well what I had in mind. So thank you very much.
Thanks.
Well, then we're off course for sure. Donna?
With the oil, we take antifreeze also, right?
Yes, that's correct, yep. And used oil filters
Filters,
and whatnot,
right.
yeah.
And every year at the roundup, we take paint?
I believe once a year we do paint.
Yeah.
And we're just going through sorting out the contract for the disposal of those products. But I think either with this option here with the hazmat rated sea container, there'd probably be a space in there where we could accept a small volume of paints, but we could certainly look to increase that service. That's a nice thing again with using a hazmat rated container, we can actually put other things in it and expand that service, but versus some of the other options.
So yeah, I agree with Kara that we should look into doing something with tires, for sure. But I'm really happy with this, so thank you for your work.
Thanks.
Any other questions? Oh, we've got a whole bunch here. Look to the left I'll go with Dallas, then Cody, then Kara.
Yeah, everything you own is in the box to the left. Okay, so when I take my takeoffs, my tires stay at the tire shop. Like, I don't have any problem with that, so that's already been taken care of. That's how
Yeah, and I think most of the tires are taken that way, but there is people that do change tires at home, and you do get some stockpiles in different places.
I might be mistaken, but does Canadian Tire not have free drop-off for tires? I think it does, doesn't it?
Yeah, any place that changes tires will usually take the used tires.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Kara.
Yeah, and I think if you're going to use that argument, technically you could use that same argument for oil then, because there is somewhere in this community to take your used oil. So I assumed we were coming from the mindset that we were looking at expanding the services. So, because yes, I know that tires can be dropped off, but we also have locations for used oil in this community too as well that people choose not to use. So, my one question that I do have is if we look at expanding this program, will there still be a need to do the roundup every year if we are going to accept these type of items year-round anyways at the Brent location and I would suspect at the Rocky Rapids location?
You'd think you wouldn't need to, Kara, just by how
Yeah.
you explained that just now.
Yeah, so like that would be another kind of the upfront cost to get looking after this. We could look at it sounds negative, but eliminating that service that we offer, but we're offering it year-round rather than once a year, I guess, is what I'm.
Yeah,
So it's actually we're actually increasing the service level.
increasing the
So
service,
yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. Anthony?
I like this option that you come up with, do the one for the CCAN. The only question I have in terms of doing with the all-encompassing, including the paints and everything, I think how does it work out in terms of our costs when we do a one-time in the year and we send it away? There's only that one-time packaging and shipping it out. If we get and collect it year-round, are we going to have to ship it out more frequently? Is there going to be more costs? Are we going to store it? What would be the belief that you would think would be the solution there?
Yeah, I think we would store it until we had a volume that was worth someone coming and collecting. So I think we were looking at twice a year, something like that. I think we were thinking that we would need to get someone in to take it. And at the moment we're just reviewing some contracts where for the annual roundup where we actually get paid for the product rather than us paying for disposal. We actually get paid by a company to give it to them. So we're looking into those options at the moment too.
And,
That's on the annual roundup though.
and I mean, maybe you have the answer to this, maybe you don't, but I was told when we went to one of the oil collection sites that they also have they get paid for the oil that they, when the company comes that picks it up from them, they get paid for it. Where this report, the way I read it, gives me the impression we have to pay to sell, to get it taken out.
Yep.
So I think we need to do a little more research in terms of how we could dispose of the oil.
Yeah, there's kind of the two things. So if we have someone come to us and collect the oil and take it away when we require, then we pay for that. But with the annual roundup program, there's a company out there that pays us for the oil. So that's a different program, but maybe we're able to store it and then dispose of it at once a year, that type of thing. We're just looking into that at the moment, because it's a contract that's kind of just come out for us. So.
Because Leduc was the one that we were at. They, at least from what I recall talking to their administrative side of things, not the attendant, they were telling me that they just got a new tender, at least at the time I was talking to them, and that they were getting paid for it. Maybe not a whole big price, but still they were getting paid. They didn't have to pay out of our revenue.
Yeah.
Paying for oil because the one time you'd have a higher volume there, but we can store it till we have a higher volume.
Okay, that's
So-
what I'm trying to get at, Bart, that
Yeah.
we should be seeing it as not just a cost, but it potentially has some value to us.
Right. And it would be, because collecting a year round, at a matter, at some point, we'll just have enough of a volume that we gotta clean out the sea containers, so.
And Bart, the other question and thought I have, and I don't know, from what I heard, some of your IT committee, that technology committee that you have there, innovations and technology, some of the ventures that I've heard about also suggest that they may have some use for plastics and oil and the like. And if they ever become a reality within Brazeau County's reach or within ourselves, within our county, that might be something that then this oil has even more value and these products have even more value because it becomes a feedstock for them.
Well, sort of. It was illegal for us to ship engine oil with crude oil. And if you get caught, you can get shut off because it's got so many metals and contaminants in it that it doesn't go with the normal processing of crude oil. So it could be possibly blended, but that's another whole technology.
No, but it's maybe that could work for us too.
Yeah.
So anyway, I would like to see us to go ahead with this. And what do we need for a motion? I guess I'm prepared to make the motion.
Go ahead.
I move that council approve option 2, the purchase of a hazmat can container outfitted with storage to be positioned at the Lindale Transfer Station for the collection of waste oils, antifreeze, according actioning in 2026, subject to ARMA grant in the amount of $60,000 funded from engineered structures reserves. And on top of that, I think I would ask if someone wants to add as a friendly amendment or addition, the portion for additional collection like plastics and that. So we'll go ahead.
Thank you. Anthony, would you consider a friendly amendment to your motion to include other material as approved?
Yes.
Okay, discussion? All those in favor? Well, you got discussion? Go ahead.
What about the $5,000 for disposal?
Sorry, I think that comes part of our operating budget, so I think that would be a different motion or whatever.
Okay, thanks.
Any other discussion? All those in favor? Carried unanimous.
Thank you.
Okay, roadside spray system truck.
Good morning, Reeve Council. So before you is the proposed truck. The cheapest tender that we had come in was $77,244 from Drayton Valley Ford. And then Part B, Greg's here to speak to that if there's any questions. And that is for Stone Blue, the amount of $40,663. I don't know how you guys want to do it, if you want to do 2 motions or 1 motion, or if you have any questions.
What were the other bids for the spray Oh, the other bid, True Care?
True Care, pardon me, yes. We just had the two bids
Just
for
two
that
bids,
system.
okay.
Yeah.
Kara?
Just a question regarding the tariffs today. These quotes, I would suspect, are good prior to any of that issue going forward.
As far as I know, yes.
Okay, and then that would be my other question, probably a higher arching question. Are we gonna see any of our tenders that didn't get out in time, and then we're gonna have a tariff issue?
So I've asked lots of the dealers that we deal with, and as long as the deal is signed, we should be all right.
Okay.
I'm taking for granted you're talking about the two graders and the
Yeah.
Traco, et cetera. Because that deal is signed, I'm not saying they can't come back on us.
Yeah.
But that was part of the reason, talking with Rudy in December, that I wanted to get the project kind of signed and completed before it happened. So I'm crossing my fingers. Maybe cross yours.
Yeah, I know.
As we all
Right, yeah, we are. So that's the one thing that I would, yeah, just, because I do have some insight with, especially with Canoe right now. I know they're saying if you haven't got your tenders or anything like that, just don't even bother right now. We're talking to wait till after, actually March 31st. And that's just to see over the next 3 weeks what goes on. I think everybody's got to remember the tariffs don't only hurt us, they're actually going to hurt the U.S. too. And we think the U.S. is their residents are actually going to start firing back pretty quick because some of this stuff's going to deeply affect them. So yeah, that's kind of where I was wondering where we were at in that cycle, just because I would be in favor of holding off, even if we have to run another season with some of this equipment. Like we're talking 25%, and if you're dealing with, you know, a $2 million fire truck or a $3 million fire truck, this is substantial. This is huge. So, and our graders, obviously, because they're probably pushing that $1 million mark now too.
Yeah, I think it was $750,000 per grader.
Yeah.
I've asked, and I keep asking, and I've told any of my salesmen that the minute they hear something to get back to me so we can update you.
Perfect, okay.
But as I said, I've definitely got my fingers crossed.
Okay.
Yeah, tariffs scare the heck out of all of us, and hopefully you're right in what you're saying. There's been a lot of talk with, because it's going to affect the U.S. too,
Oh, big time.
and labor, so it's a major concern that we all have. And I can definitely see the U.S. public getting after the president, like, we're not working and we have to lay off people, so.
Yep.
It's bigger picture than what I get to deal with, thank God.
Yeah, I think that's just more maybe for a conversation with council too, that I would be, depending on where these tenders come and if we're gonna be in an issue, I would be waiting. I wouldn't be moving ahead with purchasing some of this stuff if it's, gonna be tariffed, and just wait and let the shell shake out in the next few months, so.
Anthony, then I'll go to Rudy.
To Mike, you know if this truck that we're looking at here, if it's on the ground or if it would have to be ordered in? It's like special ordered yet? Or is it on ground someplace already?
Off the
Just
top
haven't
of my head, I'm sorry, I don't remember if they said they had it. I think it was an order though, I think. I can get back to you, Anthony, if you would like.
Because I was told, and I've been doing some pricing of vehicles, and I was told by the local dealership, in fact, even the one that we're dealing with here, that if it's on ground, they wouldn't put the 25% on. That's why I'm asking.
Yeah, sorry, I'll have to get back to you on that one. It's the local Ford dealer, probably the same guy you're dealing with.
Yeah, so I mean, that's why I'm asking if it's on, even if it's not here, they were telling me if they get it in from a Duke or wherever, same thing applies?
Yeah. I'll get back to you on that one.
Yeah, there's gonna be lots of speculation. Rudy?
Yeah, thank you, Reeve, through you to council. To Councillor Westerland's point, we do have some transactions that are firmed up on the correct pricing. But to try and mitigate any further actions, I know that Mr. Shine has a meeting with Canoe Benefits, I believe it's this week, to get some guidance on procurement moving forward and fleet management moving forward. So I think the word from us right now is caution moving forward and making sure we understand what the market's doing before we pull the pin on some of these purchases.
But that's if the products are purchased out of the U.S. There's lots of vehicles that are made in Canada, like the Lexus 450, RAV4, I believe, is made in Canada. And there's a number of other vehicles that are all made in Canada, so they're not subject to the tariff issue because they're purchased internally. Glenn?
Thank you, Reeve. Yes, we badly need a spray truck right now, so I'll make a motion. I move the council direct administration to proceed in awarding Part A of the roadside spray system truck tender for VEH 0051 to DV Ford in the amount of $77,244 from the equipment replacement reserve.
Any discussion? Go ahead.
So in the past, I've noticed that we have had quotes, and then when it came time to make the deal, to finish, the quote changed. We ended up paying more. So 25% on a $3 million fire truck is a deal breaker for me, for sure. So, but my concern is that if we get a quote, and the quote is not the same when it comes time to finalize the deal, that's a deal breaker for me too.
I couldn't agree more.
There's supposed to be honor in the quote somewhere. All right, any other discussion? All those in favor? Did everybody vote in favor? I was interrupted by my phone. Everybody was? I just want to be clear, all those in favor? Okay, that's carried unanimous. You need another motion, did you say? Glenn?
Do you got to take that call first, or we're good to go?
No, we're,
Okay.
I just cancel it. I tell all these people, including my daughters, don't call on Tuesday.
I move that council direct administration proceed in awarding Part B of the roadside spray system truck tender to VEH 0051 to Stone Blue in the amount of $40,663 from the equipment replacement reserve.
Discussion, all those in favor? Now, the other, the existing stuff that's there, what do you do with that? Do you keep it as a spare, like the spray systems?
I believe the plan is to, of course, sell it.
Oh, sell it with the truck. Okay.
Unless, of course, you guys have something else you want us to do with it.
Great. Did we vote? Okay. Ag service policy. Thanks.
Thank you, council. And Reeve?
You learned Hawaiian since this morning?
Good morning, Reeve and Council. On page 65 of your agenda, you will find AG 27, the 100-year Farm Family Award policy. The ASB has been continuing with their ag policy reviews and recently reviewed AG 27. The ASB carried unanimously a motion to recommend changes to council. These changes include updating the eligibility criteria to include only families that are actively farming in Brazeau County, as well as ensuring that all eligible applicants receive recognition. The policy and its updates can be seen on page 67.
Any questions? Cody?
So within the policy, I was just wondering, so in paragraph 2, it stipulates that it's only people who have a kinship tie between the original homesteader and the current owner-operator. And so I was just wondering, is that our intention? Because somebody could own a property and be farming that property for 100 years, but not be the original people that, built the house and originally farmed the land. So I was wondering, is that our intention, or?
Donna?
So you say that somebody could have bought this property, but they farmed it for 100 years, but they weren't the original. But they farmed for 100 years, so.
I don't know if that's our intention or not, but it was just a question I had.
As long as they've been farming for 100 years, I think I don't know. But there's
like, it's who's getting the award? Is the person getting the award, the family, or is it the land getting an award? Because if somebody changed, my first original stuff I purchased is the only land that I pretty much sold. So I don't own the original stuff, but I've still been farming. I mean, not 100 years, but that's, I see a conflict there, is that I think you're trying to award the farmers, the people actually, or are we giving the award to the land? Do you follow what I'm saying? Because right now it says you have to farm the original homestead.
Right, and I think that maybe the intention is to, if you farmed 100 years, you farmed 100 years, and we want to celebrate that and honor that, whether you were the original homesteader or the, if you purchased it more than 100 years ago, maybe the ASB counselors can help me clarify that. I just think that in this county, perhaps we are in a world where we're looking at homesteaders as mainly the 100-year recipients.
Go ahead, Anthony.
I think when this was originally, and not just with us doing this revisions here now, but when it was originally brought up, it was tried to acknowledge the farmers that had a farm in Brazeau County or previous ownership, whether ownership, I mean, whether it was in Leduc County or Parkland County, it wasn't the factor. As long as that family had it for 100 years, that's what we wanted to recognize. And it wasn't so much that, how would I put it? To me, it was 100 years recognition of having farmed in this area, this geographical area, whether it was in Leduc prior or now in Brazeau, that was irrelevant. But it had to be 100 years of farming that land. That was the intent. Same as that thing over there, that plaque, that was a acknowledgement of farmers that had farmed in Brazeau County territory for 50 years. This is just taking it to the 100.
So, but that's what I'm saying, is we're not recognizing the land, because they could have farmed in Leduc, then farmed in Brazeau, like you're saying. So you're not honoring the land itself in
No.
Leduc.
No,
You're honoring, I want to make sure you understand what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Is that you're honoring the person or the families that have been farming for 100 years in Brazeau County or surrounding area. Because you're not honoring the land, because the land, like you said, if there's an example, you'd be honoring somebody's land in Leduc, right? So you're not honoring the land, you're honoring the families that have been farming for 100 years. That's the point I was trying to get across at the first. Okay, you got something to add to that, Anthony?
No, I think we're kind of saying the same thing, it's just different ways we're saying it.
Yeah, no, I agree. Glenn?
The intention was, because Brazeau County isn't 100 years old, it was 1988, just the farmers that have had this land in Brazeau County currently, whatever it was, a parkland or Leduc or Yellowhead, whatever it was at that time, that it's considered that they've been in Brazeau County now, or that whatever is considered Brazeau County for 100 years. That was the intention. So it wasn't to give this award to somebody that's been farming in Medicine Hat for 50 years and came here and did the other 50 years. It was for the land that's currently in Brazeau County.
But you're not honoring the land, you're honoring the person, though, again. I'm trying to get because that's quite a difference in this policy. So are you honoring the land? That's what you have to decide. Or are you honoring the family that's been farming for 100 years? The family itself. So it's actually the people that you're honoring, not the land itself. Anthony?
Yeah, but the whole intent was, and that's what I think Glenn is trying to point out, that family or their daughters or whatever have all farmed within this territory that is now Brazeau County. It isn't like part of their 50 years was in Lacombe or something like that. It was within this boundaries that is.
The intention was that it was the tie between the family and a specific piece of land in the county for 100 years.
So you've got to change the policy, because it says the land must be continuously owned. And right now, we've had clarification that they could have been farming in Leduc, so that doesn't count, because they're not continuously owning that land in Leduc anymore. We're saying here, and I'm trying to distinguish the difference between honoring the family or honoring the land. because the farmers could have started farming someplace else. So we're not honoring that land in Ponoka. We're not honoring that land in Leduc. We're honoring people that farmed in Brazeau County for 100 years. Do you understand the difference?
Do, but it says the land must be continuously owned and actively farmed by the same family. So what Anthony's saying is this piece of property may have belonged to Leduc or Parkland, but the family has still farmed that. And then when Brazeau took over, it's in Brazeau.
But it says the land must be continuously owned.
It has been continuously owned.
From Leduc to Brazeau County, not became part of Brazeau County.
No, well, I think this is,
If I could just maybe clarify one thing, I think now that I've heard you say that, I understand what you're saying. We're not just honoring the fact that the family has farmed for 100 years. We're celebrating the fact that they've farmed a specific piece of property for 100 years. If that makes that a little clearer.
So for me, I'd rather be honoring the person, because the family could be changing farm chunks of land, right? But they're still farming and still have been farming. So they could be farming one chunk of land, sold it, bought 2 other quarters over here, started farming that. So they've been farming for over 100 years, but not the same piece of land, but they've been farming in Brazeau County. So you can't honor all these other pieces of land because they haven't been continuously owned, but the family has been continuously farming. That's the point that I'm trying to get to. We're honoring the people, not the land. And this here says the land. I think the people just have to be actively farming, not like the land should be taken out. Continuously farming in Brazeau County or its predecessor, Leduc/County. But that's the difference here. Right now you're saying, you know, so there'll be a lot of people in that example too, because you sometimes have a piece of land and you take the value as much as you can out of it, but you realize, oh, these 2 quarters are too far away from the rest of the land that we have, so they wanted to farm the bigger chunks of land. Do you understand the difference now? Okay, I just don't explain things right. I think the policy has to be changed to honor the people that are farming, not the land that may be bought and sold several times. Cody?
So I'm sorry for opening up that can of worms.
I had
You know, within that family, if you've been farming the same piece of land for 100 years in this area, but theoretically speaking, somebody could have owned a piece of land, owned it for 5 years, built a house and sold it, and somebody else came in and they've been farming that land for 100 years. Oh, I'm just wondering if...
Well, farms aren't necessarily being transferred to the kids because they can't afford to farm. In fact, you can charge with child abuse if you gave your farm to a kid. So, and land, I think, changes about every 7 years in Brazeau County. So it's not like it's, the farmers are still there, but there's always reasons that land comes up for sale, right? Because it's changing hands. So I think the policy needs to be changed to take the land out. It's just that the people have to be farming for 100 years. Doesn't matter if they moved around a bit, they're still farming. Anthony?
There's a question to Liz. How do we measure that? You know, like what Bart's explaining. Like what we're talking about, title holder, how would you measure what Bart's explaining? And I'm not trying to put you on the spot, but it's a question.
It would, in my guess, it would be very difficult.
And that's what I'm trying, without putting you, but I have to ask someone. And I'm sorry, but you know, it's a tougher one to measure. This one here had a way.
Say, well, we sold their land a couple of different times due to economic reasons or whatever, but we bought this other land and we've been farming continuously for over. Maybe we need time, but I think we should get it right, because otherwise you'd have a lot of disgruntled people thinking, you know, we've been farming for over 100 years, sure, not the same chunk of land, but we've been farming in Brazeau County for a long time. Now all of a sudden they're disqualified because it's not the same. You understand the point? Dallas, you got a solution?
Reeve, you make a very good point. I believe that the policy is all-encompassing if you consider the fact that you make an application. So once you make an application, it is reviewed by a board. Perhaps that's an Ag Service Board. Perhaps that's this council. But when an application is made, it doesn't necessarily mean that it will be acknowledged or adopted. It is taken under consideration. So when there are extenuating circumstances, like the one of which you mentioned, perhaps it will just go through the review of the application process, and then a determination will be made.
Then maybe you could change the land must be continuous to, as Anthony would say, what would Anthony say? He would say, may be continuously, correct?
This is Bart speaking, not Anthony.
Might have her wires crossed here, Anthony.
And Bart,
Anyway, but I would suggest may would give that flexibility that you're talking about. The land may be continuously owned. Give some flexibility.
I think flexibility is good.
Anthony?
I would like to suggest that maybe we bring it back to all of the Ag Service Board, get it, and maybe also review more of the history, whether it was with that 50-year one, as well as when we drew this one up, said we better get the whole picture. It doesn't matter to mean that that's the way it should be or has to be, but at least it gives us a better, clearer picture that we can enunciate back here next time, that we can explain the philosophy, the history, the reasonings behind why we came with what we had, why it was adjusted by the board and the staff to this content, and then we have better explanations, again, for tweaking it if, you know, it's necessary.
Baptism by fire, which is
Here we go.
different challenge right off the bat. Sure, but then
You know, that
refer-
way we can do more
Yeah.
discussion, research, and there's no panic, at least, is there, on this having to be approved right away?
No, we can take this back and review it at ASB.
And maybe dig into more of the history if we.
Absolutely, yep.
So,
Well, you got some discussion, Cody?
Yeah, so,
sorry.
sorry. I was just gonna mention, if we were going to change this, kind of along the lines that I was talking about, in paragraph 2 there, and then I would change it to current owner operator and the historic owners over the last 100 years. So that's what kind of what I was talking about. Maybe that specific change clarifies what I was saying and what I was getting, what I was after.
Of changing must to may, and then let the Ag Service Board be the deciding factor.
And I didn't write it down fast enough, sorry.
Yeah, so beginning just after direct kinship ties between the, and I would put current owner operator and the historic owners over the last 100 years.
Now you're saying.
Well, no, so this, so the way it was originally, it was the original homesteader and the current owner operator. So I'm just moving the idea that it necessarily has to be the original homesteader, and it's just, you know, you have to just show it.
I move
Go
that
ahead.
we bring this Ag 27 policy back to the Ag Service Board for further discussion.
Discussion? You'd think that the original guys who made this policy would have got it right the first time. I probably was there. Anyway, all those in favor? Leave off at, got me. And that was just for an award. Just think when we have something really serious. Community standards bylaw. Go ahead, take it away when you're ready.
Yes, good morning, Reeve and Council. This morning I am bringing forward the Community Standards Bylaw 1098-22, and the report starts on page 68 of your agenda. This came out of the February 4th, 2025 regular council meeting, where council directed administration to bring back the Community Standards Bylaw. On page 68 of your agenda, you will see some history of the Community Standards Bylaw. It was reviewed starting in June of 2021. Previously, it was the Community Standards Bylaw 751-11, so it would have been approved around that 2011 time period. During the review, we provided an updated bylaw in August of 2021, and then it was suggested that we go forward with legal review. We went forward with legal review, and there were so many changes that we abandoned the first bylaw that we were doing and created bylaw 1098-22 as per legal review recommendation. We went through a few more council revisions and direction, and finally achieved the bylaw that is currently in front of everybody. The Community Standards Bylaw 1098-22 was approved at the November 22nd council meeting. So in addition, we brought forward not just the bylaw, but also the policy that is attached to it, which is the education and enforcement policy. This took a little bit longer because we took some things out of the bylaw and wanted to ensure that everything within the policy aligned with the new bylaw. So this was finally approved by council on June 20th, 2023. So lots of changes to make sure that it was in alignment. We made some significant changes to the policies, such as the complaint enforcement considerations were added. That wasn't in there previously. The prioritization of complaints, the complaint enforcement protocol. So a few different sections. Those are 4, 5, and 6 within the policy on pages 85, 86, and 87 of your agenda. We also did include our kind of matrix that we used and the process, which can be found on page 94 of the agenda, which outlines when decisions need to be made and how it moves through the education and enforcement process. So I have brought all this information forward to council.
Play on page 81, even though they may give you a warning, there's no guarantee you'll get a warning. I think there should be another column before the first fine that says warning, you know, educational warning, and put it in writing, because if you don't, then the constables or peace officers may or may not give a warning. You just get a fine right off the bat. But I think it needs to be added in there, a complete row in between violation tag and first offense. There should be a warning, so that gives the people a chance to get educated. Now that may happen automatically, but it may not, unless you put it in. The first is a warning, and then people are educated. And is farming exempt? Is farm properties exempt? Because a lot of these could be used as retaliatory and farmers.
So to provide answers to those questions, the fines and penalties section, the Schedule A, only relates to when we choose to issue a fine. The policy outlines that education comes before enforcement. That was one of the things that we had put in and legal removed from the bylaw, stating that's more procedural and to keep it within policy. To answer the second question, page 75, section at the very top, section 4.2 shall not apply with respect to property designated as agricultural lands if, in the opinion of the designated officer, the nuisance is screened, so not visible from the outside of the subject parcel. So that's one for agricultural lands, and then we moved it around. My apologies. The second one will be 8.2 on page 77. Nuisances directly related to, caused by, or as a result of authorized ongoing agricultural operations are exempt from this bylaw.
Glenn, then Donna, then Cody.
Thank you, Reeve. Through the chair, to Kathleen, on page 81, it's showing on that Schedule A the fines and penalties. The failure to meet conditions to order remedy, and it lists section 9.2, and there isn't a section 9.2 in the book. It should probably be on page 76. 77 shows section 10.2.
Yes, that,
And I guess 13.1 is the same thing. It should be 14.1, which is on, so 13. The obstruction of designated officer et al. Exercise of powers or duties under the bylaw. 13.1 is listed as a section, but it should be 14.1, which was on page 78.
yes, apologies, that probably didn't get corrected when we added in recreational vehicles, section 7.
Okay, thank you.
Donna, go ahead.
Sorry, I'm still unclear about the part where you're giving them information. So it's not in Schedule A. Is the first contact giving them information, and then this is, how does that work? You explained it once already, but it didn't click.
So through the chair to Councillor Wiltsey, our policy outlines the procedure. So we had that originally as we were updating the bylaw in 2021, and our legal review stated that procedural information should not be included in the bylaw, but within a policy or procedural document. So Appendix B, which starts on page 82, outlines our education and enforcement policy. So the first thing is that we always want to educate people. We use different mechanisms which to do that. So things like the publications that Brazeau County puts forward, Facebook, that type of thing. But when it comes to an individual who receives a complaint on their parcel, we do that through a notice letter. So the initiation of all enforcement happens with a complaint or a concern that comes into us. So people talking to their neighbors, unfortunately, doesn't actually activate our policy. It has to come to us. We need to be made aware of it, and we need to know what exactly the complaint and the concern is. So with that, then we move on to prioritizing the complaint. So if we get an influx of complaints, Section 4 is how we determine which complaint will be put as a higher priority. So this was done during the 2021-2022 discussions that we wanted to focus more of our energy on residential within like multi-lot subdivisions. So those are kind of our named subdivisions and our hamlets versus agricultural land. So you'll see that prioritization there, as well as taking into consideration, is there a risk for safety? Is there a risk to the environment? You know, is there oil leaking down? We're going to give that to the province if that's the case, but you know, what are the things? And then it goes into our protocol. Our protocol is always education before enforcement. So the first thing that a landowner would receive is a notice letter. This is a friendlier toned letter that says, hey, we've received a complaint, we completed a site visit and see that this is the case, that the complaint is valid, and what we can see from public view. Here's our bylaw, this is our standard. Could you please remedy this and provide them with approximately 30 days depending on what the concern is. And then from there, so this is kind of all outlined on page 94. So this would be our flow chart. So complaint received, open the file, do research, site visit, and then if there's a concern, we move forward with that notice letter. When their deadline is reached, they always get to the end of the day, of the date. We would go and complete a second site visit, a follow-up site visit, and then determine, do they get an extension? Have they done some work? Have they reached out to us? Have they told us a plan? If not, then it goes to a warning. Anytime it is going to go to an order, we must have the Chief Administrative Officer provide approval to go to an order, and then the way the policy is written is if we're going to go to a court order, we bring it in front of council for a decision. So that's kind of the process. It is education and then enforcement. The violation tags allow us to send out a peace officer to not change and it is expected that you meet the standard. Hello and welcome to the county. But we do provide them with an additional time period. We have seen success. I can think of one in Lodgepole and one out in more of a rural area that experienced that. Based on our policy and based on our understanding of the law, we cannot register until it's at an order. But because the enforcement process has started, there is expectation that that is communicated with any potential buyers. For example, the one that council is aware of that did go to order and then a court order, and we added it to the tax roll. That one did change ownership, continued the process. And then we had lots of interested buyers that had called, and we stated this process will continue, and what it looked like, and they called the council for clarification as to days and time.
Good morning, Raven Council. Rezoning application 25A-001, located on pages 95 through 103 of the agenda package, has been submitted to rezone approximately 12.21 acres from agricultural to agricultural holdings within a portion of Southwest 1349-6 west of the 5th Meridian.
Interest, because it touches my existing land.
Okay.
So, take it away.
Thank you, Reeve Guion. I will assume the chair. Carry on.
This rezoning would allow for the subdivision of an equally sized parcel. The subject lands are located immediately east of Highway 759 and north of Township Road 492, as shown on the land location map on page 97. The application was circulated for review and comments to external agencies, internal departments, and adjacent landowners. External comments were received from Buck Mountain Gas Co-op, Fortis Alberta, and TELUS, all of which advised that they had no concerns, conditions, or setbacks. Alberta Transportation and Economic Corridors has no conditions and expects that the municipality will mitigate the impacts of traffic generated by developments approved on local road connections. Internal comments were provided by Public Works and Agricultural Services. Public Works advised that the existing approaches meet county specifications, and road widening was previously dedicated, so is not required. Agricultural Services advised of the soil conditions but had no concerns regarding the rezoning and subdivision, and no letters of concern were received from adjacent landowners. Policy considerations were set out in the report to Council on February 18th and confirmed that the proposed rezoning is consistent with the county's municipal development plan and the land use bylaw, and that the lands do not fall within any intermunicipal development plan or area structure plan. It is the recommendation of administration that second and third readings be given to bylaw 1201-25 for the rezoning of approximately 12.21 acres from agricultural to agricultural holdings within a portion of Southwest 1349-6 west of the 5th Meridian. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll turn to council first. If you have any questions or comments for administration. Councillor Wiltie?
No.
No, you're good? Okay. Anyone else? All right, I'm just going to ask if there's anybody calling in or any members from the public who would like to speak in favor, in opposition. Hearing none, seeing none. Councillor Westerlund, you want to come up?
I move to come out of public hearing for bylaw 1201-25.
Any discussion? All those in favor? Carried. Any opposed? None? All right, council. Councillor Heinrich, go ahead.
I move to give a second reading to bylaw 1201-25.
Any discussion? Hearing none, seeing none. Call the question. All those in favor? That is carried unanimously. Go ahead, Councillor Wiltie.
Do I go to third?
No.
No.
Just
I move to give third reading to bylaw 1201-25.
any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, seeing none. I will call the question. All those in favor? That is carried unanimously. Thank you. Certainly, I'll declare a quick recess for 5 minutes.
Here we are on Taverner update.
Previous one, the one that was tabled. Unsightly premises bylaw.
Okay. Bring the tabling motion back on the table.
I'm trying to find the right page now. Okay, I move to bring the community standards bylaw back to the floor.
Discussion, all those in favor? Carried unanimous.
Okay, Bart, I have a comment too.
Go ahead.
Wait till I find my 2 pages. Okay, on page 73, item AA number 3, lists all the multi-lot subdivisions. In there it has Birchwood Village, and if we go to page 76, section 7.2, that same area is referred to as Birchwood Country Condominium District. So probably, I think the correct term is Birchwood Country Condominium, rather than Birchwood Village, as stated
Right,
on.
because it is a bare land condominium.
Yeah, so I mean, the way it's written on 73, I don't believe is accurate with the current title.
You got that?
Yes, just a point of clarification on that. The name is Birchwood Village. The zone is Birchwood Country Condominium District. That's
Okay.
why the two are slightly different. I do know that it has changed ownership, but that was the name that it was given, was Birchwood Village, which is why we noted it under multi-lot subdivision, but it is different under the zoning because that is the
Okay.
zone is Birchwood Country Condominium.
Just because we're referring to it in 2 different definitions,
Yeah.
if you look at 76. It's-
Kara?
Okay. My only question is, and it might be a broader discussion when we discuss the community standards bylaw. So, from my perspective on this, the only thing that I want to change is Donna's case of what she went through in her community to try and clean up a residence. Because I believe that, how many years did that go on for? Okay, so can we do something through this to stop that from happening? Because I understand the education piece, and I'm totally for all of that, but at some point, okay, common sense is gonna tell you 5 years is too long. And I know if you were in another municipality or another setting, like 3 months and you clean your stuff up, or we're coming in, and there's no questions asked, it gets done. I just from my opinion and my perspective, we can't have this going on, and I know we're dealing with another community now that's got some very valid concerns with properties in their municipality, or sorry, within their boundaries, and I do not want this drug on for 5 years. I mean, common sense, and I'm open to be swayed on this, but 6 months to 8 months to clean it up, because that's even if we catch it in the winter, it gives them the spring and into summer to clean it up, but 5 years is unacceptable.
I think that's agreed. Is there any legal things that we're stuck with certain timelines? And if we're stuck with those legal timelines, then other municipalities, are you saying we've got another problem like Lodgepole in Brazeau County or in another,
Yes.
in another county?
No, we've got another problem similar to Lodgepole.
Oh,
So, through the chair to Councillor Westerland, to address a couple of those points. So the particular situation in Lodgepole did take quite a while. Unfortunately, it was cleaned up at one point in time, and therefore the file was closed. How did we address that? We stated in the policy, sorry, we haven't had to use it yet, so it will take me a second to find it. Page 89 is the initial level of enforcement matrix. This was added fresh in 2023. And if you notice just in the footnote, the policy was reviewed between 2021 and 2023. It took 2 years of going through and really doing it. One of them is a residential property that has a repeat offense of the same circumstances within 1 year of a previous file being closed. It initiates at the warning level instead of the notice level. So it starts slightly higher. And then residential properties where the nature of the contravention could result in damage to people, property, or in the environment, but does not meet the definition of emergency to require immediate action. So the definition of emergency is within the Municipal Government Act and is very difficult to meet that level. But that situation would go straight to an order. So we did change that based on what we saw in Division 2 to be able to expedite things that had constant complaints. Part of the problem we're seeing, particularly in the area that you are mentioning, is that it's been over a year since the concern files have been closed. Now, that might be because we closed it
and people thought it was ongoing and no new complaint was received, or people didn't complain to the Planning and Development Department, and therefore we didn't initiate it. I can't exactly explain on that, but it has been over a year, which is why it starts at that notice level. But we did add that in as one mechanism. The other mechanism that we would have, sorry, your other question was, is there legal timeframes? So one of the things that we have been successful in the courts, although they do like to add additional time to the landowner, is that we have a very thorough process. We give people lots of time to understand what the contravention is and clean it up. One thing we could look at doing is removing the extensions. So right now we have notice letter. If they are working with us, notice extension, then warning, if they're not. So we could remove all the extensions. It could go notice, warning, second warning, order. And then it would be, we typically, if you look at the policy in the matrix of timeframes, so this would be on page 92. Notice letters, we generally give about 30 days. Again, this is more of an education situation. It is not always 30 days. We do take into consideration what the workload is that they would have to do to meet the community standards bylaw. But if you look at the warning letter, this is when we are getting a little bit more serious tone. We're stating, like, if you do not do this, we will go to an order. There are consequences to this. It's no longer towards the education. It's that bridge between education and enforcement of the order. And we give typically 30 to 90 days. So we have always worked with our residents. If they're willing to work with us, we're willing to work with them. That's always been the philosophy that we have been directed to do, and that's what we've been doing. To shorten the time period would be to remove that as an option.
Go ahead, Kara.
Okay,
Then
and I'm okay with that. Like, I maybe it might be putting you on the spot, but from what I see is when we're willing to work with the resident, the resident's willing to work with us, I have no problem working with them. It's the ones that choose not to. And I would suspect, I bet you 90% of the time residents are willing to work with us, and that part I want to keep and continue, because I think that's just part of being a good neighbor, and I think we're all going to get to the solution. It's the ones that don't do that. Is there a way that we can tighten up or get a little bit, is there a way to tighten up that time frame so that this doesn't get drug out? And I think you probably have more experience in this than I do. You'll know right away if the resident's willing to work with us, and I have no problems giving extensions because, like I said, weather or, you know, there could be a health issue that comes up. I'm totally fine. It's the ones that choose not to, and I know we're going to have an issue with at least 2 or 3 properties where I'm talking about, where I don't want to give them a year to clean up their mess. We know they're not going to do it, so let's get on with it. So through the chair to Councillor Westerland, yes and no. It's really the situation. Some of the individuals, again, taking Division 2's example in Lodgepole because council has seen it in front of them and see the progression there. The individual learned to clean up enough to get an extension and then come back. I think the direction received from council and the changes to the policy of kind of priority and interest to have the hamlets kind of move forward faster is within the policy. We haven't used this policy all that much. Again, it was approved in June 2023. Okay. We didn't see actually all that many concern files in 2024. I want to say there was maybe 6. No, there were more than 6, but a lot of them were quick turnarounds. Yeah, they were willing to.
But we do have some, and I am aware the 10 concerns that came forward on February 4th. There are some that we will see progress. There was a period of time where we were a lot more lenient, and I think that got a little bit more crackdown within this policy of we don't want to see it drag out for 2 years, that is unacceptable, and that was what I heard from council at the February 4th meeting for the portion that I was sitting here and could hear. Unfortunately, I didn't hear the second part of the conversation that happened later because of the sound issues. But that was my understanding, is that we want to work with people willing to work with us, but if we're not seeing vast improvements, the discretion of the designated officer is to proceed to the next level.
Yeah. And I think the other thing, maybe to be clear, is if somebody is, in my world, if I was just to be a resident, I am a resident, so if I was to come forward and make a complaint, I would think I wouldn't have to continuously to complain. Like, once I made my complaint, I expect it to be done, and I wouldn't expect to have to come back 6 months later and complain again. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay.
So to that point, through the chair to Councillor Westerland, we have had a few people who feel like if they call every
Week.
2 weeks and make a complaint, it'll go faster.
Yeah.
But we also have a couple files that during the discussion of the bylaw change, because we couldn't issue an order. We held off on a lot of them as we were trying to figure out, because we thought we were getting to a decision, and then it was a little bit longer. So there were some files that kind of got put into a waiting pattern, and then it was too long between correspondence, so those closed. That is a very unfortunate situation. We have looked at how we would approach that differently in the future so that that doesn't happen. And we would just keep the momentum under whatever bylaw we're currently working with, instead of holding anything off, because there were some that got closed because we knew if we went to court. So the way I always look at concern files is, what's the court going to see? How have we responded to people? How have people responded to us? How is this going to look in front of a judge?
Yep.
So when it's been on our end that we've delayed things, I take that into consideration as well. So that was one of the delays we saw, and then people didn't call or complain, or they kind of were like, or we'll get calls being like, well, I don't want to do a complaint yet. I just wanted to understand the process, but then we never receive a call back saying with a formal complaint.
Okay. So be patient with the new policy and see if this, or with the new direction, and just see. Okay.
Cody, then Anthony?
Yeah, so through the chair of administration, I have 2 questions. One is, how long is the longest that the current process would take from complaint received to, file closed, an order being issued? And then the other question is, when it comes to a warning extension, how much time are they given with the extension?
So through the chair to Councillor Brooks, I cannot tell you the longest. I could tell you the shortest. The longest would depend on whether there was improvements, weather conditions, extensions granted. So the longest is variable. The shortest would be kind of 30 to 60 days at each level having 1 letter. So 30 days from notice, 30 to 60 days in warning, 30 to 60 days at the order, and then the courts, I have no control over. We definitely see delays on that of when we can get into the courts. So that would be the delay that's out of our hand. So the shortest would be 4 to 6 months kind of thing. We'd see that,
yeah.
Okay? As for the notice extension, that or any extensions, we have granted extensions at all levels. It's dependent on what the extension is for. So a couple of examples maybe to make it a little bit more concrete. One example would be an individual needed to remove some derelict vehicles off of their property. It was February, or it was March, April, the ground was too wet to get equipment in to remove those. We granted them until kind of midsummer to remove those, so it was a bit of a longer time period. Another parcel that I can think of in a different one in Lodgepole, they granted an extension because we couldn't identify what was there because there was snow cover. So it was granted until springtime when we were confident that the snow cover would be gone. There's another one currently within Division 5, same situation. We can't see what's there. We can't see what's been cleaned up, not cleaned up, because of snow cover. So those types of extensions would be longer. Typically, we try to go with the 30 days as an extension, unless the landowner has specifically called and said, I've got so-and-so coming to clean it up on this date, or I've got somebody coming on this date, then we will give it 1 week past that date to go out and visit.
I mean, technically speaking, the shortest would be, we open the file and we let them know, and then they clean it up, and, they do it in 1 day. But, so if I was going to do something to change the current policy, it would be to remove the second warning extension. We've been through the process. They know the issue. Told them to clean it up. Didn't get cleaned up. We give them an extension, I don't know that we should be giving a second extension after that if they don't do it again. But, as has been stated, we haven't really been through this process a whole lot with this particular one. So I don't know that we necessarily have a problem currently. We certainly did in the past. But if I was going to do any change, that would be it.
Anthony?
I think we have situations that, and the one that Kara might be referring to has been one that's been laying there for a long time. And really, we haven't been doing much. And the one or two times that he has done something, it's been minimal, not really to the satisfaction, I would say, of resolving the unsightly issue. So I think those are kinds of things that when we're acknowledging changes that they may have made, they might have been, in my opinion, the way I would describe them, so insignificant that really we're giving them credit for nothing, and we shouldn't be. And there are properties in my division that have been ongoing files of letters, complaints, where the properties that we're speaking of, the owners, the residents, have done very little, at least holistically looking at them, to make the situation better. And yet, you know, we're writing letters saying, thank you for doing, changing whatever and making improvements. I know that's part of the education process, but it's also rewarding them or reinforcing for them that they really don't have to do much more. So I think we need to get a little more expectations raised higher. And that if they are a subject of a complaint, we need to know clearly that we're giving them the clear expectation of what they can leave there and what they can't leave there. To just cover it, or just to move it to the back corner, or just to allow them to, like in one case where they seemingly have taken the derelict vehicles and moved them to another acreage, is not solving the problems. It's just moving the problems around until they keep getting complaints. So I think we need to be a little more firm in expectations, not just having that property look better, but that piece of, let's say, garbage, derelict vehicle, whatever, totally not becoming a problem elsewhere. Because that's what I'm finding in the situation that I'm referencing in my division. And so I think we need to be a little more plain and to the detail of what we expect to be done with this stuff. And that otherwise we're going to get the same kind of people seeing that and not really seeing anything done, and you're going to get them phoning you every 2 weeks. So I think we need to that's why I think the conversation was brought up here previously when this motion was made to bring this back, is that we find ways to have higher expectations, to expect for them to get it cleaned up, not just make attempts. Because I get frustrated with the Weed Act too, where they would go out there and we say, oh, the guy cut a few weeds, so he's done something. That isn't doing anything. That's the Weed Act. The Weed Act says to remedy the situation. It doesn't say cut a few of them. Same thing with this stuff. It says our bylaw that we want this property cleaned up. It doesn't mean just move this piece behind the bush a little farther so that it's not quite as visible. It's still on that property, and it's still creating the same environmental hazard, same visual hazard to the people that are driving by. If it's an issue that we deem as an issue based on our bylaw, then we should expect it to be cleaned up. And I think we should have higher expectations for the hamlets, the country residential, and even smaller acreages in our county, because they're the ones that we're finding most of these problems on. So that's my comments. And I don't know how we can do that. Maybe staff has some, how we can be more higher expectations and not just moving it around.
So you can see there's some well-deserved thought going into this, and some pent-up frustrations for seeing how things, have happened in the past, but something has to be done within our legal realm. And maybe, Anthony, I'm looking for, what do we put in this package fulfill what you're trying to achieve, or
Well,
CARE is
Bart,
trying to achieve.
I
like,
think the mechanism is written here, in my opinion. I think we need to have a higher, expectation of cleanup. When we tell them our definition of, like, the unsightly premise that they are described there. If they got derelict meters, they got junk, they got pieces of old appliances and whatever else laying around there, tires, glass, rags. List them all and tell them not just to move them out of sight. Tell them to get them off of there, dispose of them, get rid of them. Because just to move it from here and over there, or maybe put a fence in front of it, and pretty soon the guy's fence doesn't reach it because he's piled more, and it's all of a sudden back around there. To me, that isn't assault, especially when you get big, what I call bigger issued ones. You get the minor ones that we've seen, some of them in Division 4, I'll use as an example that I remember reading. They were cleaned up very quickly, and they were minor in nature. But some of them that I'm referring to in my division are not necessarily defined as minor, and they have not made, in my opinion, my observations, very significant change to them.
So I just want to provide one point of clarification that did change in the policy that may kind of slightly address that, probably not in the direction you were hoping, is that the statement is that all site visits and review will be done from public view. So when vehicles are moved out of sight or other items are moved out of sight and we cannot see it from a public area, so that being a road, a right-of-way, anything like that, that meets our policy expectations of out of public view. So that was added into the policy during the 2021-2023 revision, typically because we do not go onto the properties. If we feel that it needs to have somebody on the property, we will initiate a community peace officer visiting the property on our behalf to do that. Same with if violation tags or anything like that is being put forward, it's a community peace officer who would go. That being said, I do think we are starting to raise our expectations and standards. We definitely got to the point where we were focused very much on the education and working with our residents, and what I'm hearing from council is that working with our residents, yes, but also balancing, which we have always done, is the balance of the complaint and the person who the complainant and the person who got the complaint against them. Balancing both of those situations. Hopefully we do see some balance there and that we are moving in the right direction of council's request.
Glenn?
Thank you, Reeve. We always like to try to coax people, I've heard from you numerous times. What if we offered a discount on a bin, or even a bin for 10 days? You know, if they get a letter going that, hey, this is available, if you want it, we'll drop a bin off, and we'll come pick it up and deal with it. Is there any thoughts on that, just to help coax? Like, we're really big on coaxing with weeds and stuff, and this would help coaxing with derelict properties, nuisance properties.
I like how you're thinking, Glenn. Coaxing the buffalo to the corral, that's what we want to do. We use a little cow crack, and they follow you. So I think we've used bins before in Violet Grove, if I remember correct. Is that?
So through the chair to Councillor Gunderson, I don't know about Violet Grove, Mr. Chairman, but I can think of some hamlet cleanups where a hamlet situation had gotten to the point where there were multiple ones, and we did a community cleanup day in which we had bins, and I think potentially some workers. It was before my time, so I don't have all the details, unfortunately, but I do know that we have done some community cleanups with that incentive of we'll bring the bins, we'll bring some support and cover some of the costs, and try to do a full community cleanup. Some of the information I did find was that the parcels they were hoping to initiate with that weren't the ones working on the cleanup day to clean up their parcels, but other parcels were. However, there are definitely some individuals that I'm thinking off of the top of my head of examples that were provided by council today, that their argument is that they don't have the time, the support, or the finances to be able to do it. So maybe that is an incentive to be able to provide to people. But especially in areas where there's multiple complaints, maybe it's more of a hamlet cleanup or community cleanup situation.
Donna?
I remember that bin day. There must have been 8 bins that went out of Lodgepole, like just, it was,
Wow.
it was crazy. Maybe not 8, maybe I'm exaggerating, but I really like the bin thing. One of my problems was, like, I just thought there would be a better standard when one of my residents got things out of sight. It was tires and garbage and covered with black tarps, and it was out of sight, and he got an okay. I was shocked that that would be okay, because the next windstorm, all those tarps were gone, and we saw the mess all over again and had to start all over again, because I just think when we go out for a site visit, that our standards aren't high enough. I don't know. And I didn't know that you had to have a complaint again. Like, if they got to the point where their stuff was covered up, and to us, that wasn't okay. I didn't know we had to complain again. So, yeah.
Yes, so just a point of clarification on that. If the file is closed, then if there are issues, so an example being the tarp covering things. So when we go out and we take a view, we can't tell what's under those tarps or not. So we don't know if it's been removed from the property or if that's being located under the tarp. It's not always able to tell. So from the perspective, it's been cleaned up, it's been removed, it's not from public view. So if we issue a thank you, Mr. Landowner and Mrs. Landowner, for cleaning up your property, the file is now closed, there is no further progress. So if there's no additional site visits, that file is closed, we've moved on. If there is then a windstorm which reveals that they hid everything under a tarp and now it's visible again, then yes, another complaint would need to come forward. And again, that's where the residential area matrix within the policy comes forward. They wouldn't start with the notice letter, they would receive a warning stating, hey, this wasn't cleaned up properly, please. But again, we haven't seen that situation yet under the new policy.
So is there communication? Donna says she wasn't aware that they had to complain again. Are the counselors or the complainee, I said that right, are they notified that in this particular case that somebody has put a tarp over everything? We assume it's been cleaned up. If you want to do a further complaint, now's the time to do that. Is that communication missing? Like Donna said, you weren't aware that you had to complain again. Oh.
So it definitely wasn't to my standard, but I didn't know who complained in the first place.
So through the chair to council, just a couple points on that. A number of our complaints, I would say the vast majority, come in as anonymous complaints. That's permitted within our policy. Nobody has to identify themselves, so we don't have a way to follow up. Also, there is the aspect of protecting professional or private information under the FOIP Act of sharing things. So typically what we'll share with anybody if they call is that the process has been initiated. As for members of council, every member of council receives every notification that goes out. So every notice letter, every warning letter, every file close letter, and that is included within the subject line typically. It'll say what the file number is, which I understand probably means nothing to most people, and then whether and what stage it is. So it would say like file 23C 100, file closed. And so that would be the subject line, giving that notification. And then in the body of the email, it gives a little bit of information. If you don't want to open up the letter, it lets you know the landowner. It will be addressed to the counselor whose division it's in, and a little bit of information as to what was or was not done and the reason it was progressing. We used to keep the email very short, and it was council's request back in, I believe, 2021 to provide more detail. We also used to only provide it to the counselor of the division, and it was the request of council that all councilor members receive it, so all council had the same information, and so that process was put into place as well.
Anthony?
Yeah, I think sometimes to follow up Donna's comment, sometimes the letter has gone out, we're given a notification as a council or Gulf Council saying that we've sent this letter saying that, thanking them basically and saying that they've made some improvements and acknowledging they're having covered up something. Well, to me, that's kind of, Donna, and I'm just using you as an example of your comment, may not have been comfortable with that just being covered up. Now, you've already sent the letter saying we're good with that. So that's the contradiction that I feel we have, is where some of us are saying that it's not good enough, yet our letters are going out saying we're good, it's good enough, so to speak. So that's what the point, Rudy, I think that we have to start realizing how do we deal with. Plus, in my division, to pick a different site that is there, it's also one that has, I'm going to call it a fire hazard. And it's been given okay that at least it's my understanding that that one has been approved to be kind of left the way it is. And I don't see how we can leave something like that in the middle of a residential area and still leave it when we know, especially with the weathers and the dryness and everything, the potential for a fire hazard, and to have some property like that, getting a letter saying, we acknowledge you've cleaned up to this, and that, we're good with that. To me, there is still too much being let go, and especially in that setting where it's at, in the middle of a residential area. So I think we have to get clearer expectations and more severe expectations of what residential type areas need to do, and also what I'm going to call these acreages that are out even scattered amongst, that are the other two that I'm getting lots that you're quite familiar, without mentioning them, which ones they are. You're quite familiar which ones I'm speaking of, that are an ongoing, where they just move it around a little bit, or maybe even move it to another acreage, and they maybe cover up this and cover up that, but all of a sudden everything is looking a tad better, but it's still the same mess.
Just through the chair to Councillor Heinrich, one thing that we have slowly started to implement, and I think we'll be using a little bit more, is we actually are starting to go out as two of us, so there's a second set of eyes, and it's not just one person's judgment call. The other thing that we are doing is that a number of ones that it's like, extension, warning, like, how do we feel about this? We are actually bringing forward to the Director of Community Services to have a discussion about, here's the bylaw, this is what's been done. This is kind of what we're thinking, how do you feel? And we're bringing in senior management to those discussions to try to bridge our understanding of what council wants and senior management's understanding of what council wants.
Because if we need to go onto the property, I believe the bylaw or the authority, we have the authority to go on the property to inspect it. So I think if that's not what we need in order to ensure that we get the desired result, then I think we need to start doing that rather than just making the observation from a road or, from the wherever outside, because we're not getting, in some of these cases, we're not getting the results.
So through the chair to Councillor Heinrich, my recommendation would be then to revise the policy, because the policy states from public view. If it goes in front of the courts, they're going to make sure that we followed our policy and procedure. So if we want the ability to go on the property to investigate, we will need to adjust that within our policy and have that approved by council, stating that, maybe at the notice level it's done from public view, but if required, a site visit may include with notice or without notice to enter the property. We just need to make sure that we are meeting our standards under the Municipal Government Act, and at that time we would probably use community peace officers.
Okay, because that was my understanding why this was brought back to us today. And so, to me, if that's the mechanism we need to change, because that was the whole intent, what do we need to do to get more effect out of this, then let's make the change.
All done? So that's what I was getting back, just to rethinking about what we're doing here. So I was going to ask for what changes do you want to see to the community standards bylaw for input, if there is anything, but I haven't seen a direct motion to deal with that. So, Glenn?
I don't know where to go with this either, other than I do have a motion. I move to direct administration to bring back incentive options for nuisance properties to help with debris cleanup.
discussion on that? Pardon me, Dallas?
Well, I'm just asking for options. We're not doing anything. I'm just saying, bring back options. I'm not specifying anything, just saying.
Anthony?
I'd sooner, rather than that motion being going out, I'd sooner see us starting to be more assertive in what we expect in terms of the cleanup, and not just move it out of sight, out of mind. That environmental, for example, hazard is still there. The fire hazard is still there in the one place that I'm talking about. It didn't make any difference to put a shielding of wood in front of the property line. The fire hazard is still there for the neighbors. So I think we need to have real expectations of cleanup, not just, oh, cover it up or put a shade in front of it.
Like, I agree with you on environmental and fire hazards. There should be a way to beef up the enforcement on that. And that would stay, like you said, no matter where they moved it. Those two things, you know, like you can't leave lead acid batteries leaking lead into the ground, and so moving the vehicle just leaks it someplace else. But somehow we need to take a look at the ones that are enforceable. When it becomes an objective of what's messy or not, everybody has a different view. You know, one man's junk is another man's gold, and especially farming, it's hard to throw anything away that has value. But there is a way to move it, and I don't have a problem with moving those things, whether it's on an acreage or a farm, out of sight, because the reason that there's a unsightly premise is because somebody can see the junk that's there. But when it comes to environmental or fire hazards, that's a different story. Go ahead, Anthony.
I'm trying to craft a motion, but this is just me talking right now before I make the motion.
Yeah.
I think we should make a motion to direct administration to work on cleaning, or providing teeth to allow for the cleanup of environmental hazards, fire hazards, and what was the other one I had in my mind? You know, rubbish that is just being moved around. I don't know how to say that in unsightly, general unsightly premise.
Kathleen, you got something?
I'll let him go first, though.
Go ahead.
I just wanted to say, is it worth it maybe having a workshop on this rather than just, you know, we spent a long time on this, but we could go in more depth in a workshop and work out some of the scenarios, you know.
Well, that may be a solution too, but I'll listen to anybody else that's got ideas. Anthony?
From my point of view, I think all we need is for staff, even there, it wouldn't help as much to sit there and rehash what we've just been going through here in the last whatever time. I think staff is getting an idea that we want more assertiveness on some of these properties. So I think I would like to see them come back with suggestions for what they might see, how the rewording of these two documents could provide that assertiveness. If we're still not satisfied with what they come up with, then I would say let's go to a workshop. But right now, we've spent a good half hour on this. I think we've given more than enough direction to indicate we want to be more assertive. So let's see what staff comes back with a bylaw, or this bylaw, in terms of providing that assertiveness.
Yeah, so, sorry, I just had a point of clarification on the one aspect of the request that you are crafting, or the motion that you are crafting, Councillor Heinrich, is that the enforcement is on a property. So if somebody likes to evade by moving derelict vehicles around onto multiple properties, when we go to a court to clean it up, when we go to an order, it's based on that property. So unfortunately, things that get moved around the county, there's not much we can do about the item that gets moved around because it's based on the property. So then we would need to know that the 14 rusted out vehicles got moved from landowner A's property to landowner B's property, and then we would start the enforcement on landowner B's property. Now, if they moved it back onto landowner A's property, that's one of the struggles with enforcement, is that it's on the property itself, and that's what has to be on the order, is the property description, legal description of what needs to be done. So that is just one aspect that our hands are legally tied on for what you are bringing forward as an option.
I just always think about when we're making bylaws, we can never make a bylaw that will address 100% of the problems. So you got to think, will this bylaw address 80% of the problems, knowing full well there's some people that go faster than the speed limit, all right? But most people adhere to them or close to it. And so we make a bylaw to try to address 80% of the speeders, not the few anomalies that you'll never stop. And the same thing I'm thinking about unsightly, because I can give you a scenario where there's a guy that has 2 trucks that are derelict. Do we tell him to move those? It makes sense to move the guy that's got 20 of them sitting out in front of the yard to move them. He's got 1 truck now, still a derelict vehicle, but how do you address that? So when I think about these bylaws, is that we're trying to address 80% of the problems, is how you'll never get 100%. And so that's why trying to make a bylaw that deals with the anomalies is going to be pretty difficult. And so, you know, I've only heard of 3 or 4 examples here in the whole county of where there's real problems. So are we trying to fix something that, not that it isn't broke, it is broke, but I just don't know how you can, the RCMP, probably we could ask them, do you follow through with 100% of the problems? And I don't know what their answer would be. So, you see where I'm going with this here? We're trying to fix it completely. And sure, we had a problem in Lodgepole, and we had a problem in Valley Grove, and we had a problem, you know, out at Buck Creek. But do we try to fix all of those little, not little problems, but it's not a common thing to have all these derelict problems in the whole county. And so we're trying to make a bylaw that addresses all of them. Just threw my thoughts out there. Cody, then Dallas.
I would just like to mention that it's the anomalies that are the issue, right? Most people have a property that's in a state that, you know, nobody would have a complaint with. It's the, you know, 30 people in the county that we have an issue with, and especially within our hamlets. So I think that we're really it's the anomalies we're trying to make a bylaw for. It's not just the average, you know, person out there. So that being said, we do have a motion on the floor. Is that correct? Yeah. Okay. No, I was just wanted to make sure that before we made another one.
Yeah. So the motion on the floor is Glenn's there to take a look at incentives for cleaning things up, and that's the motion that's on the floor. But we'll carry on with the discussion. Dallas?
Yep.
Maybe if this is going to take a little longer. We're moving into public input right now too. So
I get 15
you got
seconds.
2 minutes, and then we'll move into public.
I need 15 seconds. Thank you, Reeve. I appreciate your comments today. So much of what is in our bylaw is subject to good judgment. And I think we can apply that in a way that we've been discussing today, you know, more frequently. If I were to ask administration to come back with changes, which is the direction I think we're heading, I would hope that when I look at the map on page 94, I would hope that we could eliminate some steps that are possibly optional and or minimize some of the time frames that are based on our better judgment as well, and just kind of compress that a little bit more. Just make it a little bit more efficient. That's all I have.
Yeah, it's quite a ladder system we've got that we're practicing right now. But, you know, 94 is a pretty complex process. So I got no more lights on anywhere. So there's no more discussion. I think incentives is one of the options that maybe administration should be looking at, but not the only solution to what we're doing here. Applying the common sense that's been mentioned here is something that's difficult to legislate. It's just something that staff say, you know, that council wants to clean up these problem areas. Maybe there's a way of shortening up this process like Dallas has suggested, to take a look at using incentives like Glenn is suggesting, whether it's supplying bins or working with them. But not working with them so that they can abuse the system, working with them to actually get the job cleaned up. Anthony?
I would like to vote on Glenn's motion, but I also then want to make another one.
Okay, so your motion, was it to use that as an option, Glenn? Glenn?
So Anthony's motion is going to address the bylaw. Mine is just to bring back, to direct administration to bring back incentive options for nuisance properties to help with debris and garbage cleanup. So, but yeah, Anthony's got the main part of the motion, so if we do mine first, we'll just get those options, and then he's got a really good motion there.
How do you know? All right, all those in favor? Those opposed? Cody? All right. Just the hammer, Cody? Just the hammer, right? No coaxing, all right. Anthony?
Okay, I move to direct administration to redraft our unsightly bylaw and associated policy to provide more teeth for the cleanup of properties that contain environmental hazards, fire hazards, and ongoing unsightly premises, or unsightliness of the property. Ongoing unsightliness, like if they're properties that haven't really been, maybe they moved one piece from here to there, but they really haven't done anything.
I'm reluctant, but all those in favor? Carried unanimous. All right, so it's public input time right now. We'll detract from the council meeting here. It's an opportunity for anybody in the gallery or online to bring forward any ideas or suggestions that'll make your county better. And with that, I'll open the floor for any comments. Just be respectful of staff and the elected officials. Anybody online? Anybody in the gallery? It's open to the floor right now, but you have to come down and speak to the microphone. Just so we need to be able to record, you know, if you have some great ideas, I want to make sure I capture them. So state your name for the record and speak about 6-8 inches from the microphone.
Christopher Landmark. I own a property on the Pembina River, northeast of 13499, west of the 5th. My topic is related to your guys' special workshop that you have planned for later today regarding access to inaccessible properties. I've owned this property since 2011, and because of a neighbor to the north who controls the land access to my property, I've been blocked. I'm just speaking on my own behalf to see if you guys will be able to review this when you guys are going through your workshop. I was very fortunate that, may rest in peace, your past councillor Randy Swap did approach my neighbors to try to see if they'd accommodate road access coming through. They were not very receiving of him. Glenn Gunderson, councillor, went forward and he also met with them, and they don't seem to be changed at all. So I just want to see when you guys have your review of the allocations for getting road access that you guys would review mine with a little bit of intent to see if there's any way we can resolve this. Once again, that's for your guys' workshop that's happening after this, so as far as the outcome and everything with that, I just wanted to come and make sure that it's brought to your attention that I've had the request in and have been as courteous as I can to my neighbors. They just don't seem to be very accommodating for letting me get access to my land. I've been very fortunate with the unique property that my other neighbors on the other side of the river have been very, very accommodating and very well meaning to help me. And yeah, I just wanted to come and make my presence known and make sure that you guys are aware of the situation. And any help would be very, very much appreciated. It is a really unique piece of property, and I would like to develop it and be able to use and enjoy it safely for me and my family, but right now it is not safe for me and my family to go out there, so if there's any way we could review it with an open mind and see if there's any way we can come to a solution, would be much appreciated.
Make sure you give us all the details so that we understand. Glenn may understand it?
Yeah, Glenn made up when we revisited the road application in this piece that's landlocked. It's essentially a peninsula straight west of Drayton Valley. If you go straight west of McDonald's and carry on at the stop sign, you turn to the north and there's a creek that flows in. It's a property on the west side of the river that's inaccessible because the Pembina River cuts it off. There is Range Road 90, which the road allowance ends at the river and then carries on about a mile north where the river allows for it to carry on. The road application showed about a 3.5 kilometer, I think, road that would be required to access. It would have been ideal that it would have accessed my land, my neighbors, the Udells, as well as I believe there is another property in question there that would also be able to get access if a road were put in. Once again, the neighbors who are immediately to the north of me that are blocking me make it so that there's no way to go to my land without going through theirs. The road allowance does not go directly through their land, it just borders mine and then goes along essentially the east border of theirs. The end of the Range Road 90 where you approach the river would be ideal for a bridge to go in, but it's a very dramatic, ridiculous idea to try to access one property. I was hoping that my neighbors would be a little more accommodating after some time had gone on, but I'm not quite certain the best way to resolve it, but I'm just hoping that maybe you guys will be able to take a look at the options and see if there's anything we can do.
Do we
Yeah.
have the option for public input on our road? On our workshop? I can't remember. Rudy, do you know, do we have an option for public input?
No, we don't.
No, we don't? Okay, we'll just make sure we get all the information you've got so that we can look at it as a case example.
Yep.
And there may be some anomalies that can be put into place.
Okay, other than that, yeah, Glenn did a really good job about coming out and taking footage there to get an accurate, up-to-date information for where a possible road could go in, along with any other options. He put together a really nice package there back in, I think it was April or no, last few months ago. I think it was October. But has the couple different options drawn out, and it is in the road application. The application's been in for, I think, the past 5 years. And it has numbered, it's been assigned, and it's in your guys' docket of properties in question that require access.
Giving us an update, and we'll take a look at that as certainly a case example.
Okay, well, thank you for your time, Reeve Barkeon, and thank you very much, Council, for your time.
Thanks for coming in. Oh, you got a question, Anthony?
Yeah. So I'm assuming your road request has a diagram of what's needed?
Yeah, absolutely. There's the satellite image showing options coming off Range Road 92. So if you go across the Pembina Bridge on the Cynthia Highway to the top of the hill and you go south, there's one option for you to come in directly off Range Road 92, essentially in a straight line, but then it would have to cross my neighbor's land. And then the other option would be off the Range Road 90 coming from the south and crossing the river there. Other than that, there is no other way to access my land than crossing the other people's land. There was an old road from historically that goes directly across my land to their property that's overgrown. At one time there was access right through, but the previous owners of that property to the north have made it inaccessible and are kind enough but not sympathetic at all to my situation.
Okay, thank you.
Glenn?
What all options are available? So you're not, this is a recreation property, so you're not looking for maybe potentially a full-blown bridge across that river with a walking pedway or zip line or something else work like?
Absolutely any options. I did actually reach out to one builder a number of years ago when I first applied, and they provided a quote there. It is a little out of the realm. Like I thought in a perfect world it would access my property and their property to offset some of the costs, because they also don't have a legal road. They're using a lease road, and it's about 1.5 kilometers long. And I know after Councillor Glenn talked to them, they have some personal issues going on where there is a situation where possibly they would absolutely need a county road to access their place, but I'm not here to speak on their behalf. They don't seem to be wanting to accommodate access to my place, so it makes it really
I'm not that person, am I?
No.
Oh, good.
No, I just happened to glance over in your
I have a number of
direction,
quarters
Bart.
on 92, so I was just kind of going, where the hell is this at?
If you take, I believe it's 484 and go down to the Andy Kitchings access,
Oh,
they
yes.
put a road through there, and there have been multiple issues they've had in between them and the other neighbors. Yeah, it's just really disappointing. I like to think that I'd be a good, fair neighbor, and yeah, they would like to have their privacy, which I respect, but at the same time, it's just really disappointing because where I grew up, your neighbor was your best friend, and it's, yeah, just trying to extend the olive branch and be friendly. It's just kind of met with no response. So, fortunately, my neighbors on the other side of the river, Rhonda Bailey and Corey Sikura, have been absolutely wonderful and amazing. I can't say enough about them for how they've helped me. Like, I've been crossing the river with paddleboard, boat, pretty much. This year was not very friendly with the ice, I will have you know. And I do have a little, I don't want to push it, but I do have a young boy now who, yeah, I don't want to go into that.
Yeah, appreciate you coming in, thanks. Go ahead, Dallas.
Hang on there. So Christopher, there's a statutory right-of-way, there's a road allowance there, right?
Technically, it comes from the south, so once again, if you go straight west of McDonald's to Range Road 85, you'll
Yep.
hit a stop sign. If you carry on west, you come to a T intersection, that's Range Road 90. If you carry on north, you will run right into the river. There was a culvert there at one point where I believe they removed it for fish rehabilitation. When you're standing at that point, you're staring directly across at my land. And that is Range Road 90. That road allowance essentially ends there. The road comes directly to the bank to the Pembina River, and then my land is immediately to the north.
Okay, I need to have a look at the map on this, but what I'm getting to is if the county was able to construct a road for you, it's a recreational quarter, you're just looking for basic access.
Yeah,
A very
absolutely.
low minimum standard road.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Like I said, any access would be much appreciated, and then, yeah, I was hoping that with myself and these other properties, I would be able to be accessing several so that it would offset the cost of that. But I don't really want to push my neighbors. Obviously, I want to respect their privacy. It's just really too bad that when we're all in the same team, I think it would make this process a lot easier.
Thank you for your time, sir.
Okay, does anybody else have any questions for? No one.
Only when you turn around and start to walk away.
Perfect.
So,
Once again, thank you for your time, councillors and Reeve.
all right, thank you. All right, I'm just gonna, Gerald, we're gonna get you and give you priority here right now. I just need to ask one more question here. Is there any other concerns out there in the internet or here in the gallery? Good. Then I'll move to close public input, and we've got our MP here, Gerald. So appreciate you coming in, making time for us here.
Well, it's because of you that I'm making time. So. I don't know how formal. Do you want to stay there, or let me read this off, or what is your plan?
What would you rather do?
Well, normally what I do is I always acknowledge what the nominator said about the recipient, and then I do a presentation of the actual medal itself. Excuse me, do you have any water here, though?
Yeah, we'll get you something here.
Okay, because I got the feeling I have a little dry throat as soon as you start talking. You know how bad that gets right away. Are we live streaming this too, or not?
Yes.
Okay, so everything I'm saying that's inappropriately being done right now. Okay.
We're pretty flexible here, Gerald. And I do appreciate you coming out.
I'll give you this sheet, but I don't like to say who nominated you. You'll be able to see who it is.
Okay.
So, I am pleased to nominate Bart Harmadius. I'm probably saying that wrong, right?
No, you're doing great.
Okay, Guion, for the King Coronation Medal. Mr. Guion's unwavering commitment to public service is truly commendable. He has dedicated a significant portion of his life, a total of 22 years, to serving as an elected official in Brazeau County, with 16 of those years as Reeve. Core to Bart's mandate as Brazeau County's Reeve has been implementing a citizens first philosophy, which aims to make Brazeau the best rural municipality to work, live, and raise a family. Now, as the former mayor of Yellowhead County, I got to question that, but, you know.
Of course. And you might even be right.
Doubtful, but, you know, I'd just like to put that little jab in there,
Yeah,
that's
no,
all.
it's deserved.
His philosophy to public life is reflected by the various policies he has advocated for in collaboration with various councils. Notable decisions during Bart's tenure as elected official that reflect this sentiment include implementing a first-of-its-kind residential tax rate system that returns money to ratepayers who pay their taxes on time. This policy has been upheld by the county for years and has supported residents as they continue to combat the ongoing affordability crisis brought by the recent inflationary trends. Instituting significant regulatory and commercial tax reductions to support the county's pre-existing industrial base, supporting ratepayer employment opportunities, as well as spearheading and leading the Western Economic Corridor initiative, The WEC aims to establish a new industrial network within Alberta's, akin to the industrial heartland, by focus on investment attraction opportunities, tangential to the circular economy. Maximizing economic opportunities associated with this emerging economic sector will help ensure the longevity of Brazeau County's forest, oil, and gas sectors while generating new job opportunities for county residents. Mr. Guillon is always willing to help county residents by addressing a county policy issue or helping a neighbor in need. He is always available to support his community. As such, I believe he is deserving of the King Charles III Coronation Medal. So that is the person that nominated you, and you can see all the things you've done. Actually, you're the first and only Reeve that I am presenting the medal to.
Wow.
I have two other counselors out of the medals, so that is quite the honor. That it wasn't a very big political thing. One of the things that I did want to do, or not do, I guess, is make this a political medal, meaning that if you don't know me, you're never going to get a medal. So what I did is I had the public nominate individuals deserving for their community service, and Reeve Guillon was one of them. And then they chose out of there who was deserving of the medal. So it had nothing to do with me. One person was from Rocky Mountain House and the other person was from Breton. So it was quite nice that they have chosen the individuals that I'm giving medals to. So that's why I did not make this political or have any influence in it all. So Mr. Guillon, or Reeve Guillon, would you please come forward so I can do a presentation of the medal? You want to do it live? Protocol for doing the medal. I don't think so. Are we good with pictures? Okay, sure, I like that. I'm sorry, I see I'm late. I was supposed to 11. Oh. Oh, I wasn't expecting that. Very well deserving, and protocols are any time, like, Remembrance Day or any types of official ceremonies, then you're allowed to wear your medal at that time.
So both Kara and I received the Queen's Jubilee, and this is what we did to mount them into a flag.
Yeah, I shouldn't say this, but I do have this Queen's Diamond Jubilee, Platinum Jubilee, and the Queen's Coronation Medal.
Nice.
And I have them in a box at home, and the heart.
Yes.
Oh, okay, yeah, I guess I should do that too.
But on that note, we'll quickly do this part and then Daryl will.
Wasn't expecting any presentation.
right, well, I'm a little rattled, I guess, in a good way. But that's an interesting honor. Go ahead, Kara.
I believe we have a staff member that's got a meeting, so I was wondering if we could move up 12A and B.
Sure. Move them forward, make a motion.
I move to bring items 12A and B forward.
Discussion. All those in favor? Carried unanimous. Okay, the electors registry.
So good morning, Council. Thank you for moving that up. I have two reports to give for you today. So the first one is an update report that I believe you can find on page 120. So this is just some information for Council. As part of the changes implemented through the Local Authorities Election Act last October, the province has implemented the requirement for every municipality to have a permanent electors register in order for people to vote. So this will be a fairly significant change from how we have done things in the past. Councillors will remember often if you go and vote, you will simply show your driver's license or another form of approved ID, and then you'll fill out a form, and then you're presented with your ballot, and you will go behind the screen and vote. So with the permanent electors register, this is being done in conjunction with Elections Alberta. So what will now happen is people will come to the voting station and they will need to appear on the permanent electors register. So one of our voting station staff members will look through, similar to how I believe they do it in the federal election, where you'll see them often flipping through the binder and then stroking the name off. So while that process, as long as people are registered, will be fairly efficient. People will come, we'll look them up in the book, and then we will hand them their ballot. The process to get us there is something that we are anticipating may be slightly challenging, in that we need to have residents register to vote ahead of time. So in order to do this, they will need to go to an online portal, voterlink.ab.ca. They can then check to see if they're already registered or register themselves as a new voter. So that process is, you go on and it will ask you to fill out a bunch of information, and then it is submitted to Elections Alberta. Elections Alberta is then vetting some of that information and sending it back to us. Earlier this year, we entered into an agreement with Elections Alberta, which was a requirement of the Local Authorities Election Act, where we will be sharing data. So myself, as well as our GIS coordinator, have already been working on that with a number of webinars through Elections Alberta. I just wanted to get in front of council and let them know about this, because we will be starting to advertise the requirement for voters to get registered. For those that maybe do not have access to the internet, there is also a number that they can call that will take them to Elections Alberta, where they can also be registered. If someone comes to the voting station on election day and they do not appear on the voters register, our understanding currently is that we will have a form that they will be able to fill in day of. They will fill out that form that will then add them to the permanent electors register. We will give them the ballot and they will vote. At this time, we have not heard, if someone does not wish to appear on the voters register, or if someone wishes to be removed from the permanent electors register, as of right now, the information we have is that those people would not be able to vote. Now, having said that, we have not had a lot of information on this from Municipal Affairs. As I said, a lot of this information has been coming from Elections Alberta, and they are only facilitating the information. They aren't behind any of the policy or the legislation. So we're waiting for some more clarification from Municipal Affairs on that. However, the main thing is we want to start advertising right away to get people going to that online registry, making sure they are registered and appear on that permanent electors register. That will make it the easiest for them. So I just wanted to come in front of council before that information started going out, so that council is aware of that. We will have an item in the upcoming Brazeau County News, We'll be doing advertising in the Breton Booster as well as the Free Press. I'll be talking to Ken potentially about doing a few radio ads. We really want to do quite a blitz on this because we want to get people registered as early as possible to avoid any potential problems as we get closer to Election Day. As I said, we're still getting some clarification from Municipal Affairs, so I just wanted to present you with the information we know now and what we will be starting to get out to the voters. So if anyone has any questions on that, I will try and answer as best I can. But really, that was just an information piece so that council wasn't surprised when they started seeing some of the advertising on that.
Kara?
Thank you. Putting on my RMA hat, RMA is very well aware of this issue, and quite frankly, the gong show it is. So I can't be any more blunt. This is going to cause massive issues if this doesn't get sorted out in the next few months. So be prepared. There's people who are going to show up to the polls and not be able to vote, even with their IDs on them. This is huge, and it's a massive issue. And I think Ms. Whalen's done an excellent job of conveying some of the difficulties that she's having. And that we're going to continue to have. And to be quite frankly, we've asked for the same thing. We've asked to see the policies and to see what's working behind it. And we're not even privy to it either as well, making us wonder if it's actually even written or they're working by the seat of their pants on this one, which is incredibly unfortunate because it's going to be very, very undemocratic when it comes to the municipal elections if this doesn't get handled in the next, I'd say even the next 30 to 60 days.
So I will say thank you for that, Councillor Westerland. Yes, this is going to be challenging. However, the thinking of certainly our municipality and the government has always been the idea should be as easy as possible to vote. So I'm trying to go forward with the belief that this is being implemented in a way that will be more efficient. The problem currently is the timeline because it was just brought into effect in October. The timeline is very, very short. Elections Alberta is also scrambling. They have the same issues that the rest of us do where they have limited resources, and now they're dealing with all of the municipalities trying to get this sorted. Brazeau County, in terms of our data that they require us to submit to them, is in very good shape because our GIS division is very good and has that information. There are a lot of municipalities that will be struggling a lot more than we will in terms of that. However, I do also anticipate that there may be some residents who are not comfortable submitting the information that is required on the online registry. So that is where the clarification from Municipal Affairs is coming. One of my concerns is that many of our election workers are elderly people or older people that are working at our polling stations, and if someone comes and for some reason is told that under the legislation they're unable to cast their ballot, I am concerned that that may cause a problem for some of our election workers. I don't want us to be in a position where we have election workers who are being put in uncomfortable or unsafe situations. So I'm hoping that as information starts rolling out from Municipal Affairs, which is hopefully shortly, that this is not something that's going to be unique to us, that there will be a solution for this, and that obviously we want to be able to accommodate everyone who's eligible to cast their ballots. So again, that's just an information piece, and as things change, this will be going up on the election website we have on the Brazeau County website, probably tomorrow morning, and then we will be doing ongoing advertising on it. So as things change, that information will also be updated. I'm just letting you know that's the information I currently have.
I think you've left at least a little bit of an opportunity, or at least what you've been instructed, the ability to sign a form, you know, as a catch-all kind of thing. But yeah, the first go-round, this is going to be a mess. Glenn?
I was concerned with it as well. I did go onto the voterlink.ab.ca just to register myself, but it said that I was already registered. So I assume that most of the elderly people like myself are already going to be registered if you voted before, so it won't be maybe such a big issue, but...
And I'm hoping that's, excuse me, I'm hoping that's correct because that is also used for the provincial election. So we're hoping that many people will go on and do the same as Councillor Gunderson did. I've done the same thing. I just went in to see kind of what the interface looked like. You go in, you type in, I believe it was my name and potentially my postal code, and then it said, yes, you're already a part of the register. So I'm hoping that that will be the case for the majority of people, but we still need to make sure that they're going and making sure they're registered. So hopefully it's going to be simple for people. If not, we are trying to do our best to get out ahead of it.
Thank you. With that, I move to receive the permanent election register for information.
Go ahead.
Just another comment, not to further add complexity to this issue, but another issue mounting, and depending on what our federal government decides, we could also have a federal election the same day. And as it stands, and from what I've dug into, is they cannot be held at the same locations.
So we have been aware of that going forward. I am hoping against hope that that doesn't happen, that we either have one sooner or later than that, selfishly for planning purposes. However, there is a mechanism in the federal election law that if a federal election is planned for the same day as municipal elections in any of the provinces, the federal government may move that date. In preparation, at the end of last year, I've also been in contact with the federal returning officer for this, or for the, I guess it will be the new riding. So I have been in contact with her. Her understanding was that if required, if we could demonstrate proper separation, that it's possible that we could share a location, and the only location I'm anticipating could be an issue is our Division 4, because the federal election would also like to use Whitby Hall, and as council knows, Whitby Hall would be the location that we would use. Now, given the size of Whitby Hall, the federal returning officer thought that we could be able to make it work. However, I'm hoping against hope that that is not logistics that we're going to need to worry about. So,
Yeah.
But I have been in contact with the federal returning officer, and we are aware that that could potentially be something that's happening.
Yeah, because it's going to be an issue. You have to put yourself in a resident's shoes, especially in the Whitby Hall area. Not all those residents will be voting for that division either. So they potentially have to go to two different locations. Because that, I just know that area because it's my area, obviously, but that's a huge catchment area. So I believe that there's Parkland County residents that come into the Whitby Hall to vote federally too. So, and actually I believe even, I'm not sure what the cutoff is anymore, if it's still Range Road 75, but potentially, Glenn, your residents will be going to vote federally at Whitby Hall. And not at your, so trust me, and it does, I've heard the issue, when we had the provincial, there was some provincial stuff too going on, and people just couldn't be bothered, they just stayed home and stuff and didn't vote because it was a pain in the butt, so.
Yeah, for sure,
Yeah.
it would be a nightmare, so it's definitely
Yeah.
something we are thinking about and hoping that it is resolved and we don't even need to worry about it, so.
Yeah.
Hoping it doesn't happen and planning as if we may need to accommodate it.
So it's my understanding, now that I'm putting my RMA hat back on and getting a little bit political with this, the earliest we could see a federal election is the first Monday or Tuesday in May. If they go back into session at the end of this month and everything's defeated, they'll call the election then. So then we'd be going to the polls sometimes the first 2 weeks of May. But that's if, only if so this is, I'm being political, so sorry, this is not for Courtney, it's for council. If the NDP don't prop up the government at the end of the month, then we're going into an election right away. If they do prop them up on the budget, then the last date that they can hold, possibly hold out for an election is the same
So
day as
that
ours.
would be a non-confidence vote.
Yeah.
On the budget.
Yep, so, just complexities, and I know it is a lot of what-ifs, but we need to be aware of it, and some of the issues that are gonna be coming down from that, so. And this is more for councils. You're gonna have a problem with federal issues getting mixed in, and overshadowing, I believe, the municipal, issues, which.
Thanks for that, Kara.
Yeah.
So I do have a second report, and this one is,
Oh, we have a motion to receive it for information,
oh,
Glenn?
I'm sorry.
You put that on the books already? Okay. Discussion? All those in favor? Carry on.
Sorry about that, Council. Yes, so my second report is a happy one for us. It is that Council appoint Jasmine Nuttall as returning officer for the 2025 municipal election, and that Council appoint Courtney Whalen as the substitute returning officer for the 2025 municipal election. So Council will remember prior to the end of the year, I was appointed as the returning officer. At that time, I had noted that we would be going out looking for a third-party returning officer, so that posting was done, and Jasmine submitted her CV, and we are pleased to be contracting with her for that returning officer position. I'm looking forward to working with her, and it will help, especially with some of these challenging and complicated things that we have coming up. So we just need to ask Council to now change that appointment to appoint Jasmine as the returning officer, and then under legislation we also need to have a substitute returning officer. So if Council would then appoint myself as the substitute returning officer, we will be good to move forward with our election team, as we really are getting into the meat of the planning already here in March.
Donna?
I move that Council appoint Jasmine Nuttall as returning officer for the 2025 municipal election, and that Council appoint Courtney Whalen as the substitute returning officer for the 2025 municipal election.
Discussion? All those in favor?
Thank you, and I will
Carried
point out to
unanimous.
Council that Jasmine is here today, so going forward, she will be taking on a bulk of the work in terms of dealing with potential candidates we have coming forward. I'll be working in the background with some of that support, but we're very happy to have her on board. So she just wanted to make sure to come in today so that Council could put a face to the name, and I'm sure we'll be seeing her a lot around the office, more so once we get into the summer and fall months, but we'll be starting to do the work, as I said, right away here. So thank you very much, Council.
Thanks. That's a big job you've applied for, so good luck with that. I'm getting hungry. Where are we at here? We are on Taverner Gravel Pit still?
Good morning, Raven Council. In front of you today is an update on the Taverner concerns that we have received. So the report starts on page 104. We were able to have a meeting with Taverner on site on February 21st. Prior to that meeting, we did go through the community peace officer logs from 2017 onwards, and previous concern files received from people within the planning and development realm from 2018 onwards. There is a list of the different concerns and complaints that we had on record since 2018, 2017, listed on page 104. So the first thing, or one of the things we tackled, was hauling and traffic related. So this makes up a number of the concerns that we've seen: jake brakes, speeding, increase in traffic, dangerous driving, parking on the road, and haul times. Taverner does have an internal policy about using jake brakes, so that was noted and discussed, and they will ensure that all their drivers who are subcontractors are aware of this policy and the requirements. It was noted that we have not received a concern or a complaint of jake brake nature since 2023. Concerns of speeding, dangerous driving, and parking on the road. The community peace officer that was present at the time provided logs to Taverner outlining all of the dates, the complaints, and the follow-up and monitoring that occurred related to those. One of the big discussion points was trucks along the haul routes. They are allowed on the haul routes up to 15 minutes before and after the stated hours of operation within their development permit, provided that they are empty. County staff was very clear and will continue to work with Taverner to ensure the clarity that trucks cannot be parked along the haul route or on county roads more than 15 minutes before 6 o'clock a.m., which would be 5:45 a.m. Another major concern is the stop sign at the top of the gravel pit access road onto Range Road 65. So this has become a problem as trucks are not coming to a full stop. Tavener did state that they will work with drivers to get compliance on this regulation and figure out a solution for especially icy road conditions. Hauling times were clarified that this is any type of hauling, not just gravel. This was a previous issue that had occurred, that there was confusion that equipment or other type of hauling could happen outside of the operating hours. It was very clearly discussed that any type of hauling, any type of truck work coming in and out must be within the hours of operation. Tavener did point out a concern with the hauling hours, stating that the school bus hours are 30 minutes in the morning and 45 minutes in the afternoon, and was wondering about adjusting that. County staff did let them know that if an adjustment to a condition they want to make an adjustment to a condition, that would have to happen through the permitting process. And if they wanted to, they could do that prior to the June 2026 renewal period, or state their required or desired hours within their renewing permit application. So Tavener decided to agree to ensure hauling does not occur within the stated times, outside of the stated times within the permit, even if the school bus communicates with the scale house operator that the school bus has gone past, to ensure they are in full compliance with their approval. Dust control was the next topic. This is on page 106. So the agreement is that internal departments will work on communicating if we receive complaints and understanding when the calcium product will be applied to the roads. And if timing does not necessarily work, Tavener has agreed to use other dust control measures such as their water truck for the interim if there's a timing issue there. One of the bigger concerns is the generator noise and RV accommodations. Generator noise has been broken up into two sections because there are two generators on site. So the generator for the operation is turned off at 6 p.m. And started back up at 6 a.m., which are the hours of operation. During the night, there is a generator that is used for RV accommodations on site, and that is located closer to the river. So during the discussions, Tavener did let us know that they are working on relocating the RV accommodation area away from the river location and to a site that has power. If they are able to obtain the site, they will not need that backup generator, and so therefore the generator noise will end at 6 p.m. when the operational generator is shut off. Brazeau County did note that although recreational vehicles are not necessarily regulated on natural resource extraction and processing sites, that the community standards bylaw has started to regulate RVs or recreational vehicles in agricultural and residential areas. This was pointed out as previous concerns about noise and the generator use for these accommodations had stated that we, as a county, do not regulate RVs. And since that is starting to change, we wanted to highlight that to Tavener so they were well aware of that. In addition, there's been complaints about loud music, guns, and the use of off-highway vehicles or all-terrain vehicles, so OHVs and ATVs. Tavener noted that their employees do not bring guns or off-highway vehicles, ATVs, OHVs, onto site. The last one that they could think of was over 10 years ago. They did note that there are lots of people who do use their OHVs or ATVs around the gravel pit, but it is not the workers. They do not have any internal policies about these activities, but they were open to discussions about including some sort of policy within their renewed development permit come June 2026 to regulate this type of activity. Noise generally, so the operational generator does have a sound barrier around it, but Tavener is willing to adjust the mitigations and add cement blocks closer to it to help reduce noise impact if it's found that the operational generator is part of the issue with noise complaints. So we discussed the hours of operation and asked if they were looking to shift anything, if different hours of operation would work. They would like to maintain that 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. It was noted that the equipment, the generators, the crushers, and the truck all make noise, but operate within the hours of operation. Again, clarifying that trucks can be on the haul route 15 minutes before the stated hours, and that no other equipment should be running before 6 a.m. or after 6 p.m. So that was clearly communicated to them, that all types of equipment involved in the operation are involved in the hours of operation.
Hours of operation were then discussed. As we continue on page 107, the gravel pit shuts down at 6 p.m. as the last truck leaves around 4 p.m. to make it to their destination before their end destination closes for the day. They did note that people stay on site as they haven't been able to find local workers, so people live on site during their shift, which is the reason why they need the RV accommodations and the nighttime generator. So moving forward, the first focus will be to work on obtaining RV accommodation site that has power to eliminate the need for the generator overnight and to relocate the workers' accommodations away from the river valley. The discussions were productive and will continue on throughout the next year. Yes, so the permit comes up for renewal June 2026, so they will need to reapply. In our discussions, they did state that they were hoping to put in their application by the end of this year to ensure that there's not a delay or any potential break between their current approval and a new approval from the municipality moving forward to impact operations.
Can I just add, I know that when the CPOs have gone down there, they've always been within the noise bylaw, so that's not really been the issue. I know the surrounding residents have complained about that constant drone, so knowing that the main generator that runs the operation is just daytime, I think it was more the RV generator, with them moving and looking to get a hardwired, not running a generator, I would hope this would mitigate a lot of the noise, that droning that's coming from there. So that was one plus that came out of the meeting, and I want to do say that they were very cooperative. They weren't argumentative or anything. They were looking to work on solutions. They wanted to do whatever is required, keep going.
Is there a grid tie in there possible or not? Like for direct power instead of using the generator? You know, because they're going to be there for a while yet, and it's a lot more economical to use the grid than it is to run a generator. But is there that opportunity?
Point of clarification, where the RV accommodations is currently set up, there's less ability to run power there with where it's placed and where the gravel extraction is. They have another area within the quarter section that they're looking at that already has power to it, so it would be very easy to connect power. So that's what they're looking to do. Instead of run power, they're looking to relocate it. They're just working with the landowner and a couple other situations that need to be mitigated first before they can do that. But they're hoping that at the start of the 2025 season, they'll be hardwired in with grid power and further back from the river valley.
Yeah, because the coal miners would make a hell of a drone sound if they were generator fired. They run a great big, electrical cable to those cranes, and so therefore it keeps the noise way down. Kara?
Yeah, I think just more of a comment than anything. It's 2025. Generator noise is, to me, just is laziness. There's enough technology out there that, and we all know that, especially those that work in the oil field. You put a muffler system on this, a couple $100, it's a cheap fix. Or you buy a generator, that's quiet. Most of us have one with our RVs. So the technology's out there. So on the generator noise stuff, I'm going to be a little bit more maybe sticky with that one because it's just an excuse. There is already really easy solutions out there. They just choose not to look that way. And I know for a fact I've actually had a conversation with a few other gravel operations, and they all, it's not in their permit, but they automatically outfit their generators on site with noise control devices. And they were quite irritated that there's a company out there that is giving us excuses and said it's a pretty poor excuse because like they said for a couple $100 you can put a muffler system on them, and they said you can't even hear them. So it's laziness and just a excuse. So I'll be keeping a close one because the residents in my area, and I don't want to speak for Anthony's area because he gets different calls than I do on this subject, but the biggest complaint that I get from residents on the west side of the river is the noise from the generators. And there is a very simple solution for that, so.
And noise is irritating. It's just, I have a pretty quiet ranch, and when the rigs come in to do stuff, but they're only there for 2 weeks or so. you know, so I know that they're gonna come and go, but constantly, that would drive me bonkers. I know, that's, so I feel for them. All right, you know, it's almost lunchtime. Here I was hungry a half hour ago. Let's just keep working right through. Kara? All right, if we're all ready to get going here, we said we'd start again at 1:45, so I'll call the meeting back to order. We left off on, I think, item number 10, community services. Go ahead, Lee.
Wait, the animal control bylaw discussion. So during the February 4th, 2025 regular meeting of council, the following motion was made, moved by D. Wiltsey to direct administration to bring back more information on how other counties structure their animal control bylaws and how a permit would work regarding the number of dogs allowed on a property. This resolution was the result of resident concerns regarding barking and subsequent investigations by Brazeau County community peace officers, reviewing what infractions might be occurring, limitations of animal control bylaw about establishing maximums on the number of dogs permitted on a property who were identified. So presently, the animal control bylaw stipulates that canines being kept as companions and not as part of an animal service facility must be allowed in accordance with the following. Parcels with hamlet boundaries may keep up to a maximum of 4 canines. Parcels 1 acre or less in size may keep up to a maximum of 4 canines. Canines less than 6 months in age are not regulated by this section. So lands with more than 1 acre currently do not have any stipulations. So this is where we've been having the problems. Actually, I was speaking to CPOs and they put together a report. In the last year, they've dealt with 15 complaints regarding dog neglect. This is since 2024. As you recall, of course, the SPCA involved in Lodgepole with the 70 dogs seized in late 2024. While most of these complaints have been unfounded or resolved through working with residents or assistance with Brazeau Animal Control and outside agencies, but as of this year, in the new year, CPOs are presently working on 3 active investigations on suspected puppy mill operations. So moving on, researching other rural municipalities, the averages have been between 3 and 6 dogs over the age of 6 months. That seems to be the average. On page 111, attachment 1, you'll see the different municipalities with Wetaskiwin as a maximum of 4, Parkland County, no more than 4, Clearwater County, 3 or 6, well, 3 dogs actually, yeah, 6 months old. Yellowhead County has 4, and they have 6 where their parcel is greater than 2 acres. And then Leduc, 3 dogs or no more than 5 once you have 5 acres. One interesting thing to note was the Yellowhead. Yellowhead County does allow for a over limit, and that's a discretion of planning, but when they do, they have to have permission from their adjacent landowners to have more than the 4. But reviewing the details of surrounding counties and with Brazeau County's LUB, let me just back up. The LUB notes that the definition of an animal service facility as a development for the purpose of treatment, boarding, training, commercial breeding, or grooming of animals, including retail sales of associated products. This may include such as veterinary clinics, grooming, overnight boarding, commercial kenneling. It does stipulate 5. So the animal service facility is a permitted use within ag, rural industrial districts, and discretionary use within the agriculture holdings, commercial and light industrial districts. So going with sort of lining up with the animal land use, lining up with the LUB, land use bylaw. Administration recommends amending the animal control bylaw to limit the number of dogs on a property to 5, and then allow a landowner to apply for a permit through the Planning and Development Department as an animal service facility. This would ensure that the animal control bylaw and LUB are consistent.
Heard my expression, we've got 2,200 residences, and we're going to make a bylaw for 15 people. It's where you start to become rule-oriented and being driven. Now, I think that there should be some discretion given to the county constables to take things into their own realm as far as giving them the ability to make a decision on their own. And you've got some, extreme examples. 70 dogs it's obviously a no-brainer. But as soon as you put numbers, folks, you've got enforcement issues, and you've got people that are going to rat out your neighbor because he's got 5 dogs, and somebody's going to have to go and bang one of them on the head. So that's where I move away from trying to do it in a bylaw where you tar everybody in the county instead of the ones that are giving a bit of a problem. Kara, and then I'll go to Donna.
Thank you. Just a different perspective on this. We have an enforcement issue now. So this isn't, I don't think, going to create us anything new. We already have a problem. This will hopefully give our enforcement officers some more tools in the toolbox when they're trying to deal with this issue. And I don't think we're asking anybody to go around bonking dogs on the head. And we're not saying that you can't have more than 5 dogs. We're saying if you do, you need to come in and make sure that you're following the right regulations and that the animal welfare is looked after, plus the peace and enjoyment of your surrounding neighbors, because that tends to be a big issue with barking dogs. The other thing that I just want to comment is every bylaw or law or rule or regulation we have in this county, I would say, is for probably the bottom 5% of the population. So I'm just fathomed that we have this issue in the county, and I would rather have our enforcement officers have the tools in the toolbox so that they can manage this more appropriately than it's being dealt with now. And hopefully we don't get to the stage of unfortunately using the word, but puppy mills, and we clearly have the case of that right now. So, and again, I don't think this is going to affect, I'd probably say 98% of the population in the county. It's because of that 2%, but that's why we have rules and bylaws, is for that 2%. So.
Or to control the public. Donna.
5 dogs in a hamlet is still high to me. Like, I think I could live with 4, but if you have 14 houses in a row and they all have 5 dogs, like that's exaggerating, but, and I know you keep saying banging some dog on the head.
Well, once you have a rule, you have to enforce it. Don't make a rule unless you can enforce it.
Well, I think there's a thing of, if somebody has 5 dogs and this comes into place, I think there's a grandfathering clause. Like, you can have this 5th dog until it passes away, but you can't ever have more than 4 dogs. Or 5, if we're going with 5. Anyway, I think we absolutely need a policy, and it's not going to affect very many people, but the ones that are not abusing animals, what's the word? Well, yeah, they can't take care of them, and we need to have a bylaw for our CPOs to go by.
I don't know who was first. I'll go to Kara and then Anthony.
Yeah, I think we tried a period of time without having anything, and clearly it's an issue. And I think we should start here, and then Donna, maybe maybe a year out from now, we can have a look at the number and change it again. That's one neat thing about doing this kind of stuff. We can kind of tailor the bylaw as times progress, but I truly think it's failing not doing anything, and I can't continue to sit here and not do anything when we know it's clearly an issue. And maybe 5 isn't, yeah, it is, it's gonna be difficult picking a magic number, but let's start with 5 and then we can adjust it from there. And again, I wanna emphasize, we're not telling anybody that we have to go out and start killing dogs because you have too many on your property. It just allows the education piece that if you're gonna keep more than 5 dogs, you need to keep the barking to a minimum, you need to deal with the waste from the animals, and you need to do it responsibly. And like I said, I can't emphasize enough, every rule we have in this county is probably for less than 2% of the population, so. Trust me, I'd be the first person to throw out all the rules if everybody could just be respectful, and get along and follow some sort of order, but that's why we're here.
Anthony?
These statements are gonna be somewhat contradictory, so I'll say that right up front. I think 5 is too many for a hamlet or even country residential where you have neighbors fairly close together. To me, in my opinion, that's too dang many dogs for one person to have, even if there's kids and everybody else there. There is no reasonable expectation for that many dogs to have a healthy environment within a hamlet or a small acreage place. Having said that, I know of an acreage nearby my place, that's, I don't know, 5 acres or whatever it is, and those 5 dang dogs that he had didn't stay there either. So, I mean, it doesn't matter if he's got one dog, he or she. The one dog, if it ain't staying at home, if he's roaming around on neighbor's place, one dog is too much. So that's where I'm saying it isn't necessarily the number of dogs, it's how they behave. Like, if they roam, that's my problem. That's what happened with the 5 dogs that I'm talking about that were on an acreage nearby me and come into my corrals and raise a little hell with animals. Where in a hamlet, I just don't see 3 or 4 dogs, 5 dogs, that's too many dogs.
Maybe we could weigh them and you
No,
only
but
allowed 40 pounds of dogs.
This is just my opinion, and I'm just telling you where I'm coming from.
Yeah.
But I agree with what you're saying, Bart. We gotta give staff some teeth, so, like the 5 that I had there, staff really, all they could do is phone the guy and ask him, please, can you keep him at home? How can he do anything short of me being a bugger and start shooting at him? And I hate shooting someone's dog, but they gotta be responsible, and that dog's gotta know it's I'm gonna call it territory that it can roam on, not on in my corrals.
Yeah,
So
the
we
only
need to
problem-
give staff some teeth that they can do something, just like we did earlier with the other bylaw that we just talked about for an extensive period of time. We need to give teeth there, need to give some teeth here.
Glenn, then back to Cody.
Thank you, Reeve. Yeah, I just went through a by-election a couple of years ago, and Division 1 has a lot of dogs. And there wasn't too many properties that had more than 1 or 2, some had 3. If they had puppies, of course, you're gonna have 5 or 6, but I think this, after making national news over having 70 dogs, we have to do something, and this is a pretty good bylaw. So thank you for bringing this.
Go ahead, Cody.
Yeah, so I'm not 100% sure, but so currently we have regulations in hamlets and parcels 1 acre or less. You have a maximum of 4. Are we, if we, going forward, are we looking to make it 5 all around, or are we keeping these, hamlets and parcels 1 acre or less? Are we keeping them at 4, and then if you're above, if you have more than 1 acre, it's 5? Or are we switching the whole system to 5? I guess it's up to us, but.
Yeah. One thing that we're not matching the LEB, because it says 5 or more, and it's just, there's nothing, I would say we'd add under 4.5 as far as greater than 1 acre. We would add no more than whatever we decide today. It could be 4 or could be 5. Yeah.
Right, okay.
So then we'll be controlling the dogs on the farm. Is that what you're saying, Cody?
Well, this would be anything over 1 acre, I guess, if that's what I'm thinking. We wouldn't be changing the hamlets and the 1 acre or less, those would remain at 4, but you'd have a different one for,
Greater than 1.
parcels greater than 1 acre, so. Which I think, some of the concerns that were brought up, those are put to bed by, leaving what's already in place, and then just adding this to, larger size parcels. Oh,
The major problems that have been in Hamlet, so you said most of the bylaws are focusing on where the problem is. So the 5%, so most of the problems have been in the hamlets? The guy with the 70 dogs? Right. Oh. Kara?
I'm willing to give this a try and then tailor it as we move forward. So with that, I move to direct administration to change the animal control bylaw to limit the number of dogs to 5 on all properties unless they have a valid and substantiating development permit for an animal service facility as defined in the land use bylaw.
So that includes farms, Kara? Discussion? Cody? Yeah.
can I offer a friendly amendment to include, on parcels greater than 1 acre in size?
I'm not sure I understand. Add what on greater? Kara said it covers everything, including parcels greater than 1 acre. Anthony?
Lee, maybe you can help me understand this. So if this gets amended the way it's motioned, how can you get the scenario, and I'm gonna use the scenario that I brought to you, you're aware of that one, I'm pretty sure, the one that had the 5 dogs and you guys were made aware of our CMP and they were in my yards. How could that type of a scenario still be dealt with? Because are you getting teeth for that situation, or is it still the same useless teeth, in other words?
No, it'll be just like the, unsightly. They'll get a warning and then they'll have to, then it'll go to an order. They have to remove the animal, or they can always apply for a permit if they are, a facility like a breeding facility, but if they're just a owner that just wants to have, more than 5 dogs, they'll have to remove them. Yeah.
But if they're not doing anything, just like our unsightly premises, what teeth, where's the teeth in our bylaw to say, keep them at home? Like, he can have 5 dogs, but if they're not at home, there's still a problem.
Well, the animal control bylaw stipulates they cannot be going off their property. We do have fines for when they go off, right?
Okay, because we weren't, in my opinion, my experience, we weren't enforcing that. We were saying, kind of feeling. So if that's the case, I'm just wanting to say in my mind, if I'm going to vote for this, in favor of this, how is it making it any better for a real situation? Like Lee and Rudy, that's what I'm trying to get. I don't just want to pass another bylaw that doesn't do anything more than what we already are doing. Excuse my bluntness, but that's what I'm feeling.
Well, this stops the puppy mill. Like, we have 3 investigations going on right now for potential puppy mills. They have more than 5. This will stop that.
Well, I just don't see
Prevent
it solving.
that.
I don't see it solving what I call even the problems that Don and them are talking about. So to me, it's useless putting something in place that puts restrictions on that doesn't have teeth. To me, that's a useless document.
And you also got to remember, we did a complete review of all of these bylaws, and it lasted about 2 years. And we had public input on these changes, and now we're just changing these just right here in the council chambers without any public input whatsoever. Go ahead. I think Kara was up first.
Oh, sorry, I might be just,
Then I'll go to Donna, then back to Anthony.
So my question's for Anthony. So these animals at large are not in compliance with our bylaw that we have right now. So that needed to be dealt with, those 5 dogs at large. The animal, but I don't know, like the animal control officer should have dealt with that.
That's my, if I can respond?
Go ahead, Anthony.
That's my point, Donna. I'm not trying to necessarily be what I call negative, but I'm saying the bylaw we have was useless in the circumstance that we had, and it was 5 dogs. So if we're just gonna pass another bylaw that now puts a number 5 officially in there, what's it accomplishing? There's no real, what I'm gonna call teeth, to say, keep your dogs at home.
But this is a different issue than yours.
No, but it's still a dog issue. And dogs generally are a problem when they're at large or barking.
I'm sure the RCMP, oh, they're here. I'm sure the RCMP know that there's speed limits that are out there, but not everybody follows them. And so you have some ways to try to correct that with fines and things like that, but not everybody follows all the rules. And it's the same thing with having a number of dogs. Not everybody's gonna follow them, but are we gonna change the rules to address everybody? Or do we try to address 80% of the people that are out there? That's the question that's sitting here. So yes, we've got 5 issues right now. They got more than 5 dogs or whatever it is. Do we change the whole bylaw system because of a few bad apples?
But no offense to the RCMP, but they are right away proactive. They catch me speeding. They don't say usually that I'm good, just go on your way. They usually have a penalty for me, a ticket, where we're not doing anything here. We're just reminding these guys that our limit is 5, and 5 is, you know, you gotta keep them on your place and all this kind of stuff. It's nothing that's really giving them teeth. So to me, I can't support something that isn't giving us teeth.
Donna? Oh. Rudy, you want to wade into this, do you?
I suppose I should, Reeve, to answer partially Anthony's question. What this does is address what we were asked to address, and that was the large number of dogs that were identified out there. And I understand Councillor Heinrich's issue with respect to managing what we have, and I think that we can do more work on that. The burden of proof is on us because whether you're the offender or the complainant, you're both residents, and we need to treat you fairly. So to use your analogy of the speed limit, the RCMP will give you a ticket for speeding if they have proof that you're speeding. But I can't go to the RCMP and say, you need to give Anthony a ticket because he was speeding yesterday on my road. They need to identify that that was in fact the case. So one of the things that we need to do with this bylaw is to follow up on those complaints. And you're right, you know, we certainly have a reactive situation right now in terms of management of these bylaws. We act on complaints, and it takes follow-up and identification of the issue and proof of the issue and those sorts of things. So that's another underlying issue. The task we were charged with today was to deal with the excess number of dogs in the county, and this 5 limit does deal with that issue that was a challenge for us.
Any other discussion? Anthony?
So then, Rudy, what I'm hearing you say, you need another motion to direct you basically to modify the bylaw such that it would have more immediate impact to correct the situation?
That's certainly an option for council. I think we're seeing a common theme with the conversation that we had with respect to the community standards bylaw and now with the animal bylaw, that I think there's a sense from council that they want administration to be more proactive with offenders than we have been. We've been very, like Ms. Sterling indicated, you know, we start with communication, education, compliance, and then enforcement. We can certainly speed up that process if that's the wish of council. And I think, if I may, I believe that was the indication that Mr. Chambers said, that as the current bylaw exists, we do have that authority to investigate and provide fines for people that are not responsible for their dogs and have dogs at large. It's just a case of our CPOs identifying it, confirming it, and then putting those fines in place.
So you need a dog number in order to have a fine, or they can give a fine regardless of what the number is?
The current animal control bylaw as it exists puts responsibilities on owners, and if those responsibilities are neglected, such as keeping your dog at home and your dog is found to be at large, that's in contravention of the animal control bylaw as it currently exists, and that won't change.
So you've got some protection there already. But whether or not the CPOs are using that discretion. And so maybe that's the message that has to get out there. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think that is the differentiation that we're talking about, because writing the bylaw is not the enforcement piece of it. It's the enforcement that we're talking about, and you can't really write enforcement into a bylaw that writes the rules. That's the challenge I think that we're faced with both bylaws that we've been discussing today.
So there's no motions on the books though right now, is there? Who, you do?
No, I did not.
Can you repeat the motion there for us?
To direct administration to change the animal control bylaw to limit the number of dogs to 5 on all properties unless they have a valid and substantiating development permit for an animal service facility as defined in the land use bylaw. So with that, it's going to go back. You'll bring back the bylaw at the next meeting, I would suspect. Yeah. So it's
Say
not
that
done
again?
yet. They're just the next steps. It's still going to have to come back to council. The land use bylaw is
So
going to
your
have to come
motion
back.
is directing administration to bring it back with
Yes.
the changes?
With this change, yes.
Yeah. Putting it a number as a max of 5 dogs. That's not in our bylaw.
You cannot change a bylaw unless you have the readings. So it needs to go back to administration and then they'll bring it back. But they need the guidance to get us there. Yeah.
Any other discussion on this? Those in favor? Those opposed? So it's carried. So Dallas, Anthony, and Bart were opposed to it. All right. So we're done with that one. Thanks, Lee. All right, we've got our guests here.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm here representing Thorsby Breton Detachment. My name is Staff Sergeant Angela Gilchrist. I think I met you folks the last quarterly report. I'll just go through a quick presentation here for you. First slide, please. So here's just a quick HR picture that we have currently. We have 2 hard vacancies, one for Thorsby and one for Breton. No replacements have been named at this time, but staffing-wise, we're doing well. We have 0 soft vacancies, so everyone's healthy and at work. We do have a member from Breton that's received a transfer to Red Deer, but we're anticipating probably 6 months to a year down the road when replacements have been named for that position. And we received our new Corporal Bangu from Surrey Detachment here about a month and a half or so ago. So he's getting adjusted to rural policing from big city policing, but fitting in very well in the detachment so far.
How are you getting along with the weather?
Pardon me?
How's he getting along
Oh,
with the
those
weather?
that week or 2 of very cold was not to his liking.
Yeah.
So here's stats for Thorsby, and then I'll go through the stats for Breton because we're technically 2 detachments, but yet we're 1. It's a little confusing. But for Thorsby, we had an increase in our persons crimes of 11% year over year. So these stats are from January to December 2023 to 2024. We had 11 more persons crimes offenses, but our property crime went down quite a bit. 5 fewer property crime offenses and 16 fewer total criminal code offenses. So with the persons crimes, it's pretty hard for us to be proactive in those numbers, but you'll see on the next slide, it seems to be our frauds that have driven up that person's crime index. And I mean, we've got campaigns out, we've tried very hard to get the word out, but unfortunately, and especially in our senior citizen population, it just seems like more and more people are falling victim, especially to the online type crime and phone scams lately. So we do our best to get the word out, but unfortunately it's very hard for us to prevent some of that stuff. So that's where you see that person's crime increase. If you could go to the next slide there. So overall, our total criminal code offenses went down 3%. And there you see the person's crimes went up 12%. And like I said, that's just a huge jump in our frauds from year over year. So last year, to give you an idea, we had 3. We were up to 10 just the other day. So, and other than that, things have remained fairly consistent. We had a few more thefts, and our break-and enters actually went down quite a bit from last year, so that's good. Same here, nothing really outstanding for those ones. And I've just included our file count here over the last 3 years. So we did have a 3% increase from 2023 to 2024 with regards to our files. So for the year of 2024, we're sitting at 1,560 total files for Thorsby detachment. If you look year over year for the last 5, it's been pretty consistent there.
Can you help us with our dogs?
Pardon me?
Can you help us with our dogs?
With the dogs? You're going to have to tell to my counterpart back there. Here we go, just a quick overview of what month our files were mostly generated. In 2023, you can see that May was our busiest month, and I've equated that to the wildfire response that we were dealing with there. In 2024, our busiest month was August. And just a quick breakdown here as to what zones the files for Thorsby were generated in. So Leduc County took up most of our time at 53.1%, followed by Thorsby, the town of Thorsby. Next was the county of Wetaskiwin, and then Warburg. And just there's your file counts there. So Leduc County, in 2024, we had 829 files generated out of that location. And so Breton is actually flip-flop. So Breton's property crime increased and our person's crime decreased. So pretty much opposite to what Thorsby experienced. We had 25 more property crime offenses in the last quarter. 2 fewer persons crimes, and 15 more total criminal code offenses occurred. We did have a prolific offenders move into the area of Alder Flats area. They were renting a property out there, and basically immediately when they moved in, we started having issues, stolen vehicles, thefts. We've also been seeing a lot of lease site thefts as well in the area, which we could probably equate to those same individuals. So we teamed up with our neighboring detachments as well as the CAD crew, and we hit that property hard. We ended up with numerous individuals in jail, most of which are still remanded in jail. So I would suspect that over the next quarter, you're going to see the property crime offenses go way down. So we're very happy on that. That is something that we can be proactive about. And so when we identify these problem properties and individuals, we certainly go to work to try to get those folks charged and put in jail so that we don't seem to have those issues. So we did have 9 fewer break-and enters, 3 fewer theft of motor vehicles. However, our increase was with the theft over 5,000 and the theft under 5,000. And other than that, things were pretty consistent throughout. Like I said, our property or our person's offenses were down quite a bit. File count here for Breton. So Breton detachment is busier than Thorsby. We had 1,848 files for 2024, but that was a decrease of 2.5% from the prior year. And next slide, please. And again, our busiest month for Breton was May from 2023. 2024, it was August. And then there's our breakdown there. So Brazeau County, we were 36.3%. Wetaskiwin County was 36.6%. Breton itself, 11.7%. And Leduc County, 5.7%. The other is responding to our neighboring detachment areas and providing assistance. And so Wetaskiwin County generated 676 files. Brazeau County, 671 files for us. And as you know, we have our annual performance plan every year. So for this last quarter, the members conducted 114 prolific offender checks, as well as 5,154 hotspot checks. So that falls under our crime reduction, property crime initiative, which is excellent work. It's that being proactive, being out there, flying the colors that really makes a difference with regards to especially the property crime. I know we can't predict, you know, what lease site is going to get hit, but the more we're out there driving around, being visible, it certainly goes towards helping reduce some of those thefts. Our second priority was the community engagement. So this quarter, we've met with Mayors Reeves Council, provided quarterly reports, and received feedback on the policing initiatives and priorities. We attended 3 council meetings this quarter. And our traffic initiative, specifically impaired driving, the members completed 36 check stops and had 114 violator contacts. During several of these check stops, we also partnered with other agencies such as the Alberta Sheriffs and the Fish and Wildlife officers, as well as our CPOs for Wetaskiwin County. During these check stops, 491 vehicles were stopped and 3 immediate roadside sanctions were imposed for impaired operation of motor vehicle. So really well done by the guys out there. And as you know, we seem to have bad highways in the fact that we do have quite a few fatals every year. And again, our visibility piece out there is hopefully making a difference. Just a little bit on our community involvement over the last few months. A lot of initiatives at the schools. Warburg School was attended quite a bit. The grade 6 students specifically had presentations by us. The members attended the Strawberry Festival, the Halloween costume event in Warburg. They attended the Oktoberfest in Thorsby. Several Remembrance Day ceremonies throughout Breton, Thorsby, and our other little communities of Alder Flats. We also had led the Breton Christmas Parade this year, which was fun, and did the Crama Cruiser event with the Breton Fireworks associated, as well as the elementary school Christmas concert. And just the only other update that I have for you folks is that our body-worn cameras for Thorsby Breton will be rolled out in June, so we're looking forward to that. But that's all I have, unless you have any questions for me.
You know, those body cams there, it seems like it was a no-brainer that should have happened a long time ago. I mean, the technology is already there.
Yeah, absolutely. We're looking forward to it.
Yeah.
It's going to be a good tool for us to be able to utilize.
Cool. We got a whole slew of questions. Kara and then Dallas.
Just a quick question through the chair. The 2 hard vacancies that we have, do we have any timelines on when those are going to get filled? Or are we waiting for members or graduating members, I guess?
We don't. I'm usually in contact with staffing several times a month. We are waiting, hopefully, for recruits. However, right now, the majority of our recruits are going to less desirable locations, isolated posts. We're very short resources in some of the other. Central Alberta district isn't that bad, but Alberta district and the northern communities are seemingly getting the majority of our recruits right now. So
Is there anything that we can do to help you?
Not really. We're doing our best recruiting-wise, but this is not an RCMP problem. This is across the board. Every police force is facing this right now, where unfortunately being a police officer isn't as desirable a career as it once was. And so that small pool of people, we're competing with the city police forces, we're competing with the municipal police forces ourselves for these applicants, and our numbers are coming up, but certainly not where we want them to be. So
Dallas.
Thank you, Reeve. Yeah, Staff Sergeant Gilchrist, thank you. I'm from Breton, Division 6. That's my area. We're in the same neck of woods. You know, I'm just reading through some of the criteria: mischief, offensive weapons, disturbing the peace, and I'm just really interested in your opinion when it comes to stuff like tannerite.
like what, sorry?
This substance called tannerite. And I get a few complaints of people, you know, they love to, it's a great deal of fun to shoot stop signs with a shotgun. That's a lot of fun.
Yeah.
It's illegal though,
Yes.
from a right of way. But the regulations around tannerite are very vague.
They are.
And it's an explosive, and you blow stuff up, and that's a lot of fun to blow stuff up. And people don't do it on their own property. Do you hear any of these complaints while you're in the area?
Not to my knowledge, since I've been out there since beginning of December. I don't believe we've received any complaints with regards to that substance. I do know it exists, coming from Wetaskiwin Detachment. Before, we actually did a fairly large search warrant in which a whole lot of it ended up seized, but it was being used as an explosive for bomb making type activities. That's where it becomes illegal. So like you said, there's really not a lot of regulations around it until they start making explosives with it, and potentially threatening the public with those devices. So the biggest thing I can say is that if we have those people with that substance and they're causing problems like damage, or they're making their homemade pipe bombs or whatever they're doing with it, we need to have it called in by the public, and then we can look into specifically what in the criminal code would apply for that Explosives Act, to be able to potentially lay criminal charges depending on what they're doing with the substance. Because like you said, there's really not a lot of regulation around it. It can be used for other things that aren't criminal in nature, but it's basically what they're doing with it that we would become involved if it becomes criminal. So my best advice would be to call it in. If you're a concerned citizen or you know that the substances on the property, we can always go out and ask questions and check to find out why they have it and what they're using it for.
Yeah, it used to be, years ago, we used to have dynamite for blowing up beaver dams mainly, and it wasn't that difficult to get, but now it's almost impossible to get for those types of purposes. And but you can buy tannerite in small packages and basically stockpile it.
Yes,
and
you
turn it
can.
into a large explosive device.
Yes, and again, it's what their intent is for that substance. So that's when, like I said, if it becomes criminal, if it crosses that line, we can certainly go out and investigate regardless and determine if that's in fact the case and that's what they're wanting to use it for. So.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
That's it for questions?
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'll do the fun stuff first before I try and make stats come alive for you guys, because I'm sure they're always super exciting. I'll introduce, we got Vish. So he's our newest constable here. He's actually been here about 7-8 months, Constable Regavan. You can ask him any question you want. Where are you from, Vish? Yeah. Vish. Yeah. Yeah, here you go.
Hello, Council. Originally from Ottawa, Ontario. Went to depot last year and got posted in Drayton Valley in July of 2024. So been out here since the summer. Experienced my first or second Alberta winter, and I'll just stop there. I have nothing else.
I wanted to keep it positive. So what was one positive thing that kind of surprised you about coming to the community?
People are way nicer here than in Ontario, and maybe because I'm from a bigger city and I'm not trying to bash home or anything like that, but it doesn't matter what they look like. You can go up to them, ask them a question, and they might not be super polite sometimes, but they'll give you a straight answer. And so I'm happy to say I can serve a community like that.
Awesome.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, then the next individual I introduce is Sergeant Dan Ferry. So Dan just filled our sergeant spot here at the beginning of February. We're excited. Dan was actually started his career here way back in the day, so he's come full circle. I'll let him introduce himself because he's pretty good at that, actually.
Hi, so it's good to be back. It's kind of like, as the sign says, it's like welcome home for me. Like Ryan said, I started my career here 14 years ago, much like Vish, came from Ontario, single, didn't know anything about the place. I had kind of grown up in Alberta. I was a military brat, so I was familiar with Cold Lake region and stuff, but came back to this community, and honestly, I did fall in love with it, right? I loved the area. I now always had the idea that I'd come back. I live in the county. I met my wife here, working here. We're raising kids here. Families here, more families moving here. So it is awesome to be home. It's awesome to be serving the community that I live in again. It really, really does matter to me. And then so just a little bit about what I did in the meantime. When I left here after about 4 years or so after doing Drayton and Brazeau as my first post, I then went to Red Deer and did some general duty there. It's big eye-opening to work on a much busier city sort of setting. And from Red Deer, I then joined the general investigations section, and we focused on violent crimes investigations. So I got a lot of good experience in there with violent crimes and more detailed investigations, plainclothes work, working with the Child Advocacy Center in Red Deer, became a child interviewer, forensic interviewer, and interviewer for individuals with special needs. From there, went to a provincial section for general investigations as well, where I worked a lot of homicide files or higher profile sensitive files, mostly persons crimes. So I'm not much of like a drug investigator. That's not really my specialty, but I did a lot of persons crimes, really, really serious stuff. I feel confident and comfortable when it comes to that sort of crime. Thankfully, we don't have a lot of that here, but I do feel, much more confident that I can recognize those and help and guide our kind of junior members as they go through those investigations. And then from my provincial unit with general investigations, I promoted back to the street parkland in Spruce Grove. Was on a general duty watch again for some time. Moved into our crime reduction unit. And there I was able to really focus on property crime, offender management. So I'm going to bring a little bit of that, hopefully back experience with me here. Really looking forward to working with Ryan and the general investigation section that we have in Drayton. It's kind of like a mini crime reduction unit itself, right? They focus on those priority offenders who cause us the greatest grief in our area. So property crime's a hot button issue. It's probably our number one issue that we're going to deal with in the county of seriousness. And so, yeah, looking forward to kind of focusing in on that. And the rest is all just the positive stuff of being back home and working in the community, right? So, yeah, well, I appreciate that. Well, I appreciate that. So it's yeah, and honestly, yeah, not to like amp him up too much, but Ryan's really was that was a real reason for me to come back as well, was when I knew who I'd be working for as a boss, right? So he got a really, really good staff sergeant here. I'm looking forward to learning the other stuff, the admin side of things, the running, helping run a schedule and an office and stuff more effectively. So happy to be back and happy to report to him, so, thank you. Yeah, just a little bit though, not too much.
Oh, yeah, easy. No, obviously I'm excited for Dan to be here. When that spot came open, there was quite a few texts back and forth right away, so it all worked out well. And when he brings a lot of experience, as you can hear, and when he talks about, like, he sells himself a little short with the work he did with the crime reduction unit there in Parkland. He did incredible work there. If you talk to the bosses out of Spruce Grove, Stony, they speak very highly of Dan and the work he did there. So we're excited to have him here and bring that expertise to our unit here. So, yeah, that's the exciting thing. So HR-wise, Dan's here. That's good. The provincial side, you guys have 8 members. They're all full. On the municipal side, we are one hard vacancy, and we just had, one of our constables just had twins 10 days ago. So she is off for a year, so we have one soft vacancy. So we're 2 positions short there. And we have an individual who took a transfer to Manitoba. So he will be, his house will go for sale and leaving. That'll put us at 2 hard vacancies and 1 soft, so that's 3. Don't really want to go more than that, so I've had lots of conversation with staffing about not going more than that. So I don't know, to your question, Kara, whether you can do anything other than just, if you're ever communicating with our management, just communicate that you want positions filled and you expect positions filled. So yeah, basically what I'm going to do for you today is I'm going to give you a rundown of 2024. We get this in January, late January, and it kind of sets up, come the end of March here is our end of our fiscal year, and so we start planning for 2024, 2025, 2026. And this is a lot of the stuff I look at. I'll be reaching out to Rudy and Lee, so expect some communication because we're going to set our priorities for next year in the next month as well. So we're going to reach out and we'll communicate through them to you guys what you want as our priorities. But this gives you a snapshot of what we dealt with last year and can then figure out where we want to go this year. So the first one, and it's lots of charts, like the people in our analyst unit here, they love charts, as you'll see. So some of them I'll just skip over because there's an incredible amount. But as you can see, our actual file count was down last year from the year before, and it's actually hit kind of a 5-year low. It's fairly consistent with 2020, 2021. We had a jump in 22, 23, and then we're kind of back down. I still think our oil field crime is very underreported, so we're going to continue to work at that because I actually think there's more numbers. It sounds backwards, but I would like to see that higher because I know we're missing some of our oil field crime that's not getting reported. But we'll continue working with our partners there to try and increase that and make it easier for them. But that was our snapshot. I mean, it's not a bad thing to have the overall file count down. As you can see, kind of May, June, July, summer is our busiest months. It's consistent from 2023 to 2024. Our provincial stats cover, we have a small section of Parkland County, and then we have, most of us is Brazeau, so you guys take up 85% of our call volume. Our Parkland call volume is 10%, and then like they said, the other 5.3 is when we're out assisting others, but really Brazeau County, as far as our rural area, we're Brazeau County. Parkland is just the Tomahawk area, and that's it. The next chart, that's just for interest's sake. You can see the red is when kind of your high volume time is for calls. This is what we use when we build schedules. So we don't just throw stuff at the wall when we're building a schedule. We'll actually look at these and look at, we call them like heat maps. And the red means it's a hot call time, and that's when we want to make sure we have members working. So it's just kind of interesting data. You can see there that it's kind of that afternoon for the county that most of the calls come in. Interesting enough, municipalities in the morning. So I don't know why that is. It's a little different, but the county calls are coming in the afternoon. The next chart is, oh, you guys are going on break. Next chart is, this one's, I like this chart, other than, so you can see it's file type, it's basically our workload. The attempted murder with a firearm, we had one of those, so you can see the amount of work that one of those files will take. That was in November last year. It was actually a hunting party out by the Brazeau Reservoir that the evening went fairly poorly, and it ended up resulted in a shooting out there that thankfully the individual didn't die. They were managed to be saved in Edmonton, but that file just takes a lot of work. The other thing you can see is that we really, Brazeau County is a safe place. Even our next two are the Mental Health Act. I'll talk a little about that. And then the next thing is property damage. So you can tell that it's not till we get to our fourth one that we're dealing with any sort of criminal code issues. So that tells us that the county is a safe place. Mental Health Act, that continues. That is our highest driver in the municipality. It is our second highest driver in the county. The requirement for us to transport and to deal in the Mental Health Act takes a lot of our members' time. If there's anywhere you can advocate, it's there with AHS, and to have more facilities, more designated facilities, and better supports for mental health. We're actually not mental health experts, we're criminal code experts. But yet, it is for our workload, it is the biggest workload we have as members, as far as not our highest call volume, but the amount of time those files take. And so, yeah, I would like to see a shift there where we get more supports there, because as I said, we're not mental health workers, we're cops. And yet we spend the majority of our time dealing with those files, or highest percentage of our time dealing with those files. So yeah, one takeaway from there, you can advocate to AHS. There needs to be more support for there. Top 10, the next chart, our top 10 dispatch files are collisions, and then traffic, that's good. I like the other moving traffic. That's us doing proactive work, out giving tickets. And then you can see our other theft is the third, 87 of them last year. Now you just get a whole bunch of charts. We'll skip those. Yeah, we'll stay at those ones. So that is our response. We'll go roll back one. That's our response times, priority 1 and 2s, if you're ever curious. That's how quick we're getting to stuff. We're basically right in the provincial average. So, I mean, it would be ideally we could get to stuff faster. Lots of our call-outs in our priority 1 and 2s are lease site B&Es. So it's our oilfield security partners calling us to lease site B&Es, and they're a ways out. So they often take us about 30 minutes to get there. Lots of oilfield partners have cameras set up at these sites. They get a truck in there, they call us, and yeah, they're just a long ways out, so it takes us a long time to get there. So that slows us down a little bit. And then pretty much everything before 45 minutes. So some of those later ones can come, some of our call-outs happen when we're on call, and then it just takes a little while longer to get there. But we can move on. What else do I got? Oh, there's all the charts. You want to know which takes the busiest? Just more stuff that we use for scheduling. You can see weekends are always slower. Sundays still traditionally are always our slow day. They're the slowest in the municipality, the slowest in the county. We still have some of that traditional. Sundays are just other days. That's it. I think that's about it, eh? Oh yeah, all the charts. You can keep going. If you want to look at those, feel free. If you have any questions about them, feel free. Yeah. That's what I got. Any questions?
I gotta fluff your pillow too, because I still have an outstanding issue with all my handguns, so. But we'll gain some ground sooner or later.
Yes. Kara.
Thank you. Only because I had a resident ask me this question. I didn't know the answer, but I think you might be able to direct me. When an offender is released out of federal prison, do the victims, are they not supposed to be notified, especially if it was release?
That is a good question.
So this is it. I'll just be frank with you, it's a child predator.
Yeah. Yes, then they would be. That normally would be handled by our victim services, that they'll get notified of release.
Okay.
Sometimes though, and, I mean, we're not perfect and neither is our,
So I'm hoping this is just a one-off.
yeah, sometimes we don't get notified of an early release.
Okay.
As police.
Maybe we'll talk offline.
Yeah.
Victim ran
That
into
can
this.
be missed sometimes.
The unfortunate, the victim ran into the individual in town and had no idea that they were out.
They were out. Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah.
Yeah, they should be notified.
Yeah, I
So
thought, I
should we.
figured there was something hung
Yeah.
up in there, but we can talk offline, so.
Yep.
Okay.
You did a great job, Ryan.
Well, thank you.
You guys can take the day off.
I'll keep that in mind.
Nice meeting you. Where do you leave off? How's your time? Okay.
Okay, so page 115, the Rocky Rapid Toll pre-assessment. During the October 10th, 2024 regular meeting of council, the following motion was made. Moved by Cody Brooks to direct administration to work with demolition of the building. So since this time, administration has been working with the concerns with the neighboring residents, potential feral cat population, and risk analysis of demolition. The utility department is working with the neighbor to ensure these concerns have been addressed, and administration is waiting for details on a third-party organization regarding the potential feral cats. As the exact area of construction and materials is unknown at the building, in order to be able to determine the cost associated with demolition of the building, a hazard assessment is recommended given the age of the building. Administration has received a quote for this specialized service, $2,700. Once the assessment has been completed, administration will be able to determine if demolition can be completed in-house or asbestos abatement is required. Therefore, the administration
As to removing asbestos and other materials that are, so the cost is.
go and check
Yeah.
it. Yeah.
Where's the investment?
Vermiculite.
Yeah.
You can look after some of this?
Um,
I don't, because they're not one of our A&Is, they would have separate insurance, would they not? But it would be, I don't need an answer, but maybe just a
Yeah,
thought
check
to
it.
put into your head. I don't know if there's insurance coverage for something like this. I would be utterly surprised if there isn't asbestos in this building. Just the comments that didn't catch on the recording is asbestos in pretty much every composite building material, especially from that day and age, so unfortunately. I have a feeling it might be why it's still standing, because this might be a costly project.
Carry on. Are you done? Oh, just you'd like Karen?
On the fly.
All right, all those in favor? Okay, unanimous. Still okay? Oh, no, this is we need to do is, add an item to the agenda, the presentation from Gerald. No presentation?
September 2024 regular meeting of council, a discussion occurred regarding the fee waiver requests at facility costs shared between the town of Drayton Valley and Brazeau County. I think it was the Mackenzie Center, and they had the white bowl with the backpacks, and the town had waived their fees, but they didn't waive the county fees, so it just came out that they were getting charged for half the fees. Anyway, Brazeau County waived the fees, of course. But anyway, a motion was made after this, moved by Cody Brooks to direct administration to communicate with the town of Drayton Valley regarding their process for shared facility rentals. Request that advance notice be given to the county and applicant regarding formal motions to waive fees. So at Rec Board, we did have a discussion on this, and they came up with, they reviewed the matter and recommended that the county and the town council endorse waivers fees up to $500 on cost-shared facilities in the county. Council will be notified afterwards. So it just allows the town, when they get requests from groups, they can waive costs up to $500 without consulting with the county beforehand, and then they'll just let us know afterwards.
Julie, do you know how much in the past, on average, we would have waived, on average over the years, per year?
Actually, the last one we did was the White Bull one, the backpack. So, I mean, that's been over a year ago. So, one or two at most. And this is only up to $500, right? If there's big amounts, like if we look back where we had TV Thunder and things like that, they would still come to you.
And if it was something like the rodeo or whatever that was a higher amount, that still comes back to?
Yeah, anything over $500 is still going to come here. It's just the smaller amounts. So it's very minimal.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead, Glenn, somebody willing to make a motion?
I move the council approve the provision of waiving fees up to $500 for the utilization of cost-shared facilities, and that such waivers be communicated to Brazeau County quarterly.
Discussion, all those in favor? Carried unanimous. Go ahead, Anthony.
To lead in, if by chance, some facility of ours, like, I don't know, Ball Diamond for whatever, just, that's one that comes to mind, that would work both ways, right?
Yes, if we had, I mean, there is no fees at the Brazeau Sports Park because the soccer
I
takes
know,
care of
but
it. Yeah, yeah,
I
it
don't
goes
have
both
any-
ways, yeah.
Okay, I see on 120, did we not deal with the permanent electors registry? Yeah. We did, okay, it was just, go ahead, Colin.
All right, good afternoon, council. On page 119 of your agenda, you will find the bank reconciliation as of January 31st, 2025. If council has any questions, I'd be happy to answer them. If not, I would ask that you receive for information.
Anybody? Donna?
I move to receive for information the bank reconciliation statement for January 31st, 2025.
Discussion, all those in favor? Carried unanimous.
And then just one, just a update on the school requisition amounts, just the conversation from council this morning. I did receive our notice today, so just to give quick notice, it's similar to what I had sent out there on Friday, but just to confirm, our 2025 school requisition amount is $11,278,341, and this is a $1.2 million increase from the 2024 amount, which was $10,074,286. So we have
that's not an expense to us, that's an expense to the citizens, but.
You're exactly right. It'll be noticed as, we do have some increase in some assessments and this, so we will, as discussed at council, there will be seeing some increases there in the residents when they get their property taxes this year. But we will, as mentioned, put out some communication on that.
Any comments? There was a motion made already, correct? And we voted? Boy, my memory's getting bad. Okay, we are, we've done both with 12A and B. Correspondence, I guess we're down to reports. So, we've got Breton and District. Do these ones we give a report on, or we just accept them all for information? 2 reports? Okay.
Well, number 14, Breton and District FCS, the Ekstrom, that's me, no meeting, no report.
Next, Donna? You got 6 in a row.
West Central Airshed plans for the 30th anniversary in May are shaping up. Our AGM will be in the morning and then celebration in the afternoon. The online air quality for, it was a webinar for seniors. It was extremely well attended. We had no idea that people were that interested, so that went really well. Drayton Valley FCSS, no meeting. Eleanor Pickup Center, the production of Fiddler on the Roof was amazing. Huge success. The next, I don't think we have anything this weekend, no. But Rum Ragged Award, Juno Award nominees are here on March 28th. Tickets are at Value Drug Mart for $40. DV District Community Learning. I don't know if there was no meeting or if I meant to get a hold of Amila to see if I'm not on the mailing list or what, but I better do that. Early Childhood Development, no meeting.
All done? Cody?
Brazeau Foundation, the report is attached. Just to highlight, we have the consultant we have looking into the feasibility of a new building versus an addition to the lodge has started. He is expected to be complete his phase 1 and reported to the board this month. For Recreation Board, we didn't have a meeting, and for EPBR, there was a meeting, but I was unable to attend.
All right, Cody, thank you. Glenn?
I've attached the report for the Drayton Valley Municipal Library. Again, to highlight, the board brought in the 10th board member to make it a complete board. This lady is from Parkland, Megan McLeese. And the CEO of town of Drayton Valley, Pat Vincent, came and sat in the meeting. The only thing I want to let council know about was that Mr. Vincent had a meeting with his staff and found that they had an empty sea container that we can have for free for the library. So he said the library manager is going to go take a look at it. If it's okay for us to use, then that unit will be put onto the property of town of Drayton Valley to make it as close as possible for the staff. So we won't need to move it into the yard. That brings up some other challenges. Now we've budgeted that $10,000, and he threw out the idea of using that for potentially carpeting and paint in the library. But I'll just play it by ear and see how this progresses. If the CCAN isn't any good, we'll continue on with that original
Yeah,
plan.
I wouldn't mix it there. Just keep donations to the town separate than taking money from the CCAN or the value of the CCAN and putting it into something else that kind of...
Yeah, it has to come through council. You guys
Yeah.
will have to decide on it, right? Ultimately,
Okay.
that's what I felt. The audits, the library does this thorough audit every year, and it's running $10,000. So the board was told, well, maybe we could just do financial statements. I'm gonna keep looking into this and see if that's okay, or it might not be. I think that the county might require audits to be done, but it would save quite a bit of money if we don't need to do that. That's all I really want to touch on. The rest of the report's in there. We'd had an inaugural charity golf committee meeting that was held February the 20th for 2 hours. I would say again, this isn't going to cost the town or county any money. It's a self-supporting event. The golf course has been booked for July 18th, so keep that calendar clear in your date, and I hope everyone can come. The clubhouse, we've learned, can hold 100 people comfortably. The goal originally was to bring in 144 golfers, so we'll take a look at maybe setting up a tent. We'll see what the costs are for a tent, and then they bring in the extra golf carts to do that. The average ticket cost for an event like this normally runs $200 to $150, so we're going to go right in the middle at $175 to participate per person. The event will start in the afternoon at 1:30, and supper would be served about 6:30 with the awarding of a prize trophy, which we'll pick a trophy that you can put multiple names on it throughout the years, so it'll be one you could build levels on. The Drayton Valley Health Services Foundation has reached out to us with a letter asking to be considered for their AHS simulation lab that'll give staff a place to learn and practice high acuity, low occurrence medical events like shock, stroke, obstetrics, and NICU scenarios using high-tech mannequins. Obviously, the food bank costs for critters, Drayton Valley Community Foundation, Drayton Valley Library, Santa's Anonymous, Opportunity Home, Eagle Points, the new Women's Addiction Center, All of Our Daughters. We'll look into those as well, but if you guys have any nonprofits that is doing something, like even the Eleanor Arts Pickup Center that you would want to throw in there, just send me an email, and I'll include that in the list, because it'll be the representatives, me and Kara, and the town representatives that ultimately will be the ones picking which organization will be getting the money from the charity. So some input from council would be really nice on that.
It'd be good to have the list ahead of time, and we could.
Yes, I agree. Yeah, we'll try to do that.
Okay.
Sponsorship for this event will be the high point, $25,000 for platinum, $10,000 for gold, $5,000 for silver, $1,000 for bronze. There'll also be an opportunity to sponsor a hole for one, where a company can serve and set up drinks, or a hole for one for $1,000, and also opportunities to set up basically holes where you can advertise your businesses. There'll be a sponsor for a hole in one, or two holes in one, and they'll be worth $50,000 a piece. And they're done through insurance, so basically a company can just buy insurance, and if it happens to happen, if somebody gets a hole in one, they would win that $50,000 prize. They'll also be aiming to get a car dealership to put a car prize in for a hole.
Are professionals allowed to enter into this? No, I'm
I
serious.
suppose anybody can, yeah. We'll be handing out some swag, like sleeves of golf balls with the town and county logos on each ball to all participants. We're looking at having a custom tension stretch backdrop with the town of Drayton Valley and county logos on it that would be used for photographs. So this would be a big backdrop that you could stand in front of and get a photo with councilors and the people playing. Those are usually worth about $500, so it's not that much money. We'll be inviting MPs, MLAs, ministers, Oilers, and alumni to this event. We'll be looking at getting custom thank you cards for all the businesses that do donate that council can sign, so for all of our donors, so we can give something out after the fact. Then we looked at Cal's. They do the golf course stuff, so they can, they have a 2025 catering menus with 8 different options: roast beef for chicken dinner, burger bar, stir fry. And the prices range between $23.95 to $36.95, plus GST and an 18% gratuity. We were given some homework before we left to create a list of potential donors with contact names to approach. So if you guys have any ideas on businesses that your parents might own, might be interested in donating, then yeah, let me know. Or lambs, I was thinking, but okay. I'd appreciate any help the council could offer here. If you have any company in mind, email me, I'll add it to the list. The event is shaping up quite nicely, and I urge all councilors to mark that date. I also attended the Brownlee LLP Barristers and Solicitors event here. I missed registering for this, but Tina allowed me to come and watch it here at the county office, which was nice. And that might be the way to go forward, because it's better than driving all the way to the city to go to this. I guess the one thing I'll touch on was the FOIP. So we thought that the new FOIP laws wouldn't apply to us, and they do. It's absolutely the new Bill 33 and 34. And Brownlee basically has serious concerns with this because it'll really negatively impact the public's access to information. And so yeah, they called it overly broad and incomprehensible. And they figure that it'll be just kind of a lawyer's feast. They'll be able to develop case law over this to try to make something work of it. Basically, a request for information can be denied now if it interferes with operations, or it's abusive, threatening, frivolous, vexatious, or has already been provided, or if it's too broad, incomprehensible, or it's been a repeat request. Requests can also be denied if there's simply not enough staff or resources available to address the request. So basically, there won't be any requests going forward. All disclosure between political staff and council members is exempt from this, so that was kind of a big reveal. And any disclosure that would be economically harmful or workplace investigations is exempt. No requests for information will be allowed from public body to public body. So between council and town, it won't happen. Even if a public body does decide to release the information, there's no limit to the number of 30-day extensions they're allowed to do. So you could do this, you could keep it going for 1,000 years, basically, the way that the law is written. The implications for the County of Brazeau will be on workplace investigations, councilor code of conduct, whistleblower complaints, and our basis for all in-camera work. Bill 20 was also an interesting topic. To be an eligible candidate for elections, you have to be a resident in that jurisdiction for a minimum of 6 months. So he just said that anyone taking a holiday, you're okay to go, but keep it within reason. Because yeah, you could be ineligible if you went on a 2-month trip to Arizona before the elections. It would throw your chances of being a candidate. So that's all I really got to say. It was the Brownlee was a great event again. And thank you, Tina, for allowing me to sit with you.
All done? Kara? Or no, I guess we got Anthony first.
Just more, you mentioned about having pros at the hockey, or sorry, sorry, mom brain, hockey. At the golf tournament, they cannot actually because of those hole-in-one prizes. Just so you know, if you're a professional golfer, you are not allowed to go for those prizes generally with the insurance coverage, just so you know. So it actually steers, I know you were being, I think, jokingly about it.
Well, no, I wasn't so much doing it, I just thought the fix would be in, if professionals were allowed to.
Yeah, to go after those hole-in-one, those big prizes, they are not, so.
They'll come after the big prizes.
Yeah, I believe there's some sort of agreement between insurance and the pro leagues and stuff that stuff is not allowed to happen. So they can, I think they're allowed to come play with us, but they're not allowed to compete for those type of prizes for obvious reasons.
Yeah. Do you have a prize for the most strokes? All right, Anthony, Ag Service Board.
As you saw earlier in the meeting, we discussed the policy for farm family and recognition. We also talked about, in our planning, and staff got further direction for producer appreciation in conjunction with Ellis. And it sounds like it could be in September. Also, there was brought to our attention that there was spruce beetles found in some spruce in our county and in Division 4. We're also will send a letter of support to plastics recycling. And we also been corresponding with the Alberta Transportation in terms of highway spraying. Their current practice is to be notified in the fall and then try to for them to get it sprayed next year. And we're trying to get more immediate reaction, that if we find thistle patches or whatever along the road, that we get them to react this year rather than waiting till those particular seeds go to out into everyone's fields and everywhere. And we also got some more letters from other municipalities in support of our position against Bill C-293. It's not pretty much covers what I think we covered at Ag Service Board. At MPC, we had one development permit for solar panels. Whoops. And Pembina's Energy meeting, I don't believe I had a meeting since last.
Go ahead, Kara.
You perked my interest as you mentioned the mountain pine beetle in Division 4, obviously. Is it a known area or is it something new that popped up? Because I do know we have a pocket that we've been dealing with the last several years. Do you know where they were? Is it in the usual suspect area?
I'm not gonna, I don't know if I should be saying it
It's
here.
okay. No, it's a known area, and I think it's very public where it was. It's on private land, but we know it's just north of the office here, correct? Well, oh, spruce beetle. I thought you said
Yeah,
mountain
it's
pine
different,
beetle.
it's not mountain beetle.
Not mountain
This is
pine beetle.
spruce
Okay, I
So it's a
misheard. My
different
apologies.
one altogether.
Four-eyed.
Yeah, four-eyed.
Four-eyed beetle.
Talk to Greg, he was the one that basically gave us.
You
the
sound like
report.
really gross things that we need to get rid of.
And I don't want to get into where it was at in particular, other than what I did say.
Are we talking about the big guys with the big antennas that bite?
Very small. They're the size of a green rose.
Oh, interesting. Okay, yeah, I will. Thank you. I will ask. I'll bug Greg for more info.
Ask Greg.
Okay.
Yeah, that's better to put it that way.
Okay. Sorry, I did misheard. I do know we've had a mountain pine beetle issue just north of the
No,
office.
but this wasn't a pine beetle, this was spruce beetle. Okay, thanks, Mark.
You were gonna spruce things up, were you? You were waiting for that? All right, Anthony, you done all of yours, Pembina Synergy? Okay. Kara?
There's been no meeting, but we have, since our last meeting, reached out to the, particularly to the doctors' offices in town to see what they're looking for from the group and where we can help. So we've been spinning our wheels a little bit lately with strategy and steps forward with this group. Just because it's a massive issue to take on, and locally we're not getting, to be honest with you, the buy-in from the groups that need to be at the table with us, helping us lead there. So dare I say, if we don't get some feedback back directly from the clinics and some of the groups that we've been trying to work with, there's not much point of us to keep spinning our wheels because we're hitting roadblocks everywhere we go and it's getting frustrating. So we will continue. And like I said, the chair has reached out directly to the clinics to try and get some feedback back. But yes, it's been very frustrating.
All right, all done with that report? Alice, no meeting, I don't think. I was just looking on my calendar. Warbird seed cleaning, we haven't met for quite a while. I think I must have missed a meeting in January. Technology and Innovation Investment, TIIA. Didn't we send out the minutes of that, Rudy? If you want to, but didn't we send the minutes of the TIIA?
Yeah, we haven't sent them out yet.
Okay.
So this meeting was held February 24th. Our CEO presented some historical numbers to better understand what a 3-year tax incentive would look like for a multi-lot subdivision development. In this case, the land taxes jumped for this piece of property that was $95 a year for the quarter. As soon as it was developed that year, the following year, he was paying $27,000 for the 26 lots that he subdivided. This included the school taxes. So if we were to offer a 3-year municipal portion tax incentive, it would save a developer roughly $10,000 per year. And if it was over 3 years, of course, it'd be $30,000, right? So in the grand scheme of things, it's not a lot of money to a developer, but it might entice some of them that have been stung by the past upheavals and the wild price of oil back to the table to develop here in the county. Our consultant, Brian Senio, gave us a colorful 13-point update on the Western Economic Corridor tactical approach with a unique matrix for action items. Some of the highlights were to work with MNP, who got that contract to develop that program for us, to complete a small community opportunity program, a northern and regional economic program grants. So they'll be looking in to help us with the grants. Number 7 is to engage investors by setting up meetings with a number of companies to educate industry officials on Brazeau County's incentives to emerging sectors, including lithium miners, hydrogen producers, and biomass energy companies. Number 12 in that list is planning to attend industry conferences to build relationships and uncover new opportunities. Notably, the 2025 Canadian Hydrogen Convention and the Global Energy Show. It's in Calgary. The hydrogen is in Edmonton, and global is in Calgary, as I said that. We want to connect with the Honorable Minister of Forestry and Parks, Todd Lowen, or any of his staff to get a better understanding of his letter about the Forest Resource Improvement Association of Alberta Fire Guard program. He recommended that we should take bold actions, bold steps, and he didn't really fill in many of the blanks, so we wanted to get back with him. Because there's potential grants and for merchantable bioenergy projects that aligned with the Fire Guard projects. We want to explore any opportunity or grant that can foster economic growth and help our community. The next meeting is March 24th at 9 o'clock.
Thanks, Glenn. Is there any other reports? No? Tina, did I send you an email in regards to Friends of Science to share that with council? And you shared it with council? Okay. Can I just add that to the agenda, or have somebody just add Friends of Science to the agenda under maybe meeting dates? Dallas?
Sure, I'll move to add Friends of Science to meeting dates, and that'll be 32D.
Okay. We're at meeting dates now. Oh, yes. Yeah, motion to adopt all the reports. Thanks, Dallas. Oh, I thought that's what your motion was. Okay. Which one are you dealing with? Add it to the agenda first?
Yep.
Okay. All right, so. The motion is to add Friends of Science to the agenda. Discussion? All those in favor? Okay.
Awesome, and then I'll move to receive the council reports for information.
Discussion? All those in favor? That's carried unanimous. So first item is Canadian Hydrogen under meeting dates. What's your thoughts there, Glenn?
This event is basically free, so I've registered already for it. It's just to go to the trade show. It's in Edmonton. It's drive in that day and spend a few hours in the trade hall show and talk to some people and then come back, so it's not an overnight stay. So I move to allow council's attendance to the Canadian Hydrogen Conference in Edmonton, Alberta, April 22nd to the 24th, 2025.
Discussion? All those in favor? It's carried unanimous. FCM Annual Conference and Trade Show. Policy allows Reeve and 2 councillors to go. Have you ever attended one, Dallas? Cody? Kara?
I am attending, but RRMA is picking up my full tab, so no worries there, so I will be there.
Okay.
I actually believe I'm speaking too.
Well, two councillors can go. Who's interested in going? Donna can't fly anymore. Oh, can you now? Oh, okay. Who else wants to go? Yeah, make a motion.
How about I just make a motion and then you guys figure out the logistics? I move to approve, this is the part I don't know. Do we actually have to make a motion? Because our policy states that the Reeve and 2 councillors can attend.
two counselors don't wanna go,
So I think we
take
just
Rudy
received
with
this for information, but you need to let Tina know if you're going.
okay?
I move to receive item 32B for information, and if you are attending, please notify Tina as soon as possible.
Yeah, Tina, I wanna go. Kara? Discussion? All those in favor?
It's been a long day.
Yes. I know, I'm starting, and we've got a road workshop to do. Okay. Yeah, but they pay the president, don't they? RMA doesn't pay? For you?
RMA pays.
Yeah, I thought so.
Yeah, but the only per diem that FCM or Tom will pay for chapter is president. Since everybody that's involved in the it's all that one, it's all one of that municipality or that or in rural Alberta, there's one position that's there that's elected that we do have a resolution that we pay for. So RMA actually pays on one of our reps per diems and up to a certain amount.
Okay. Global Energy Show Calgary, June 10th to 12th. Does that conflict with FCM? No. Glenn?
This is one that does require an overnight stay. So I don't know if all councils, and I didn't see a lot of benefit to going to last year's, but I still would like to go again. I got in some trouble for going, no, this wasn't what it was. Yeah, no, I can go to this one. So I move to authorize the Reeve and two councillors to go to the Global Energy Show Calgary, Alberta, June 10th to the 12th, 2025.
Any discussion on that? Go ahead, Cody.
Sorry, you said that, how did you put that? You went and you felt like you shouldn't have, or what was that? No, you got in trouble before that.
That was the Calgary Stampede, I'm sorry, but the two kind of combined because they were together, so I did mess that up. But I went because there's not a lot of rural municipal type things at that trade show. It's all valves, it's all pipe, it's you know, but there is a chance to meet with some of our elected officials. Daniel Smith did speak at it. There's also a lot of industry that maybe we could talk to. I did enjoy talking to some of our local industry that we were there at the trade show, but it wasn't, of all the trade shows, it was the least of my favorite ones to go to. But yeah, I like the hydrogen. The hydrogen is the best for me, but I mean, this was a really good one, and the whole idea of being part of WEC is trying to foster some networks with some industry. So that's the only reason that this one I would want to go to, if that clears it up.
So you made a motion, it's on the floor already, Reeve and two other councillors. Anybody else want to attend? So it might be just two people going, just Glenn and myself. Okay. All right, okay, the next one is, oh, did we vote? All those in favor? Those opposed? Cody? See, everybody's getting cranky at this time of day. A meeting date here, meeting date with Dwayne is on your additions. March 10th. That's, is that one?
So Mr. Lloyd's office contacted us. He's going to be here March 10th visiting with the mayor of Drayton Valley and asked if council was available. He would come here to the office and he just wants to introduce himself because of the boundary changes. So
Okay,
if anyone is able to be here, then I can confirm that meeting.
okay, go ahead, Glenn.
I have a YRL meeting in the morning, 10 till 12. Is there any way he could do it in the afternoon, or do we know? Oh, okay, that works, yeah.
So we need a motion then, Kara?
Yeah, I can make that. Is there any way that we could get a video link? I have to be, okay, awesome. I just want to be, I would like to be a part of that. I'm going to be stuck in an airport, about to board a plane, but this should actually time out well, because I need to be there and I'll be sitting, but I have to catch a plane that day. Okay, awesome. But I would like, I do know him, but I would like to even just virtually on a
Yeah.
screen be able to say welcome. And okay, I move to direct administration to set up a introductory meeting with MP Lloyd, March 10th, 1 p.m. at the county office.
All those in favor? Carried unanimous. Meeting date, is it meeting date? Oh, Friends of Science. I guess it shouldn't have been a meeting date. What I did is I had Tina send you the information, and I don't know if you guys have followed that. Glenn, you might have. But it gives a different perspective on climate change. In fact, exactly opposite of what some of the people talk about. They have video links and stuff. I've been following it for the last year or so. And they have some pretty good information that you could use too as well, Kara, in some of your arguments defending the oil and gas industry. So I just thought I'd send the link to you guys, and then you guys can go online and take a look. So that's all I wanted to do. Yes. That's always the argument, you know, friends of the river, and everybody else is an enemy of the river. All right, we've got a closed session, Hilltop Acres. Is this a long session? Bless you, Kara? No? Very short. Okay, let's go to a short meeting. Somebody make a motion to go in close for Hilltop Acres.
Yes.
25.
I'll move that Brazeau County Council go into close for land Hilltop Acres, FOIP, Section 25.
Discussion? All in favor? Yeah, sitting.
As soon as you sit, sir, I will move. I'll move that Brazeau County Council come out of in-closed session.
Discussion? All those in favor?
We're still voting, and
Still voting, and
carried.
she's sitting. All right. That's carried unanimous. I believe we just have one more motion left.
I have a discussion before you call.
Okay?
And of course, I gotta log back in, only because it's actually about adjournment. So this has been flagged with me. Where is it now? It's an option if you're open to it. If you are, I would suggest on the next council meeting, we discuss it. But I'm learning a lot in my, my travels. And I'm, interestingly enough, finding out that you don't need a motion to adjourn meetings, and this is why. So Reeve Joe noted that the order of business concluded. There was no objection, so Reeve Joe declared the meeting adjourned at 1:05 p.m. And the reason you don't need to do, there's all the reasons about why. The Reeve can just say the meeting's adjourned. You don't actually need a motion. Hence, that burning question that I've always had is what happens if we vote opposed to adjourning a meeting, right? So, yes.
Great.
You have to have consensus, and it's built into here, but I can send the information along.
But consensus is a different process than,
No, there was no objections. That's the wording that you
Yes.
use. That's what gets out of that. But I have some information if you're open to,
but that's how consensus is different. Is you ask the question, not are you in favor, is there any objection? Yes.
yeah.
Okay?
But
so
anyways, I
that's-
have if you guys would like, I would send you the background, because I'm actually changing some stuff at the RMA board table, and this is one thing. Same thing with receiving reports for information as well. So anyways, if you're interested, I can send it off. If you want to make some progress or continue
This is progress, the way I believe that you should vote, because halfway through a meeting, somebody can say, I move to adjourn. And if you don't vote on it, then he takes it over. Okay. Yes, Kara. Go ahead, Kara.
I move to adjourn.
Oh, look at you.
No?
See, that's why we need to vote.
Okay, so all those in favor?
Wait a minute.
No, it has to fail now. The motion is to adjourn. I guess I didn't.
We'll just rule it out of order. It's not work.
All right. Who wants to make a motion here in regards to the discussion on Hilltop Acres?
This is Glenn.
Glenn?
I move to receive the update report on Hilltop Acres for information.
Discussion? All those in favor? That's carried unanimous. Now, Kara, I'll accept your motion.
I move to adjourn.
Adjust.
Discussion?
Wait, discussion.
All
yeah.
those in favor?
Discussion.
Discussion?
Oh, yes.
Okay, discussion. All right.
Yeah, that, what Councillor Westerland is talking about comes right out of first edition of Robert's Rules in 1867. So do your homework. The other tool that we should use, but we don't use, and I've made the request 4 times, 4 years, 1, 2, 3, and this will be the fourth time, is to use general consent. So what you're talking about is unanimous consent or general consent. That is a tool that we need to use. And it can be for adjournment. It can be, but it's at the discretion of the chair.
Yeah,
That's
I
the
don't
power
like
of the chair.
I don't like it.
Yeah, it's up to you.
Yeah. I like voting so it's clear and concise, so that the public understand what we're talking about. When you say consensus, a lot of people don't understand what that means.
Yeah, but there are other boards that we can use it.
Oh, and it is used, like a lot of the committees I was on with RMA, we use consensus.
Right.
But with consent, yeah, but with consensus, if you object, you have to come up with a reason to try to convince other people to your way of thinking. You just can't object without a backing. So, for example, I'll give you the Clean Air Strategic Alliance. We had a committee, an 18 multi-stakeholder committee. And if, let's say, an environmental group objected, they would say, we object and we think that this motion should be framed this way, and then you'd work with industry or whoever to try to get consensus amongst everybody. But if there was one person objecting in the consensus model, you had to work together to find a solution that was better than what was being proposed. You work under that same sort of consensus. All right, any other discussion? All those in favor? That's good you guys are paying attention. That's